back. Don't let fear get in the way of your success. You're gonna make mistakes. Everybody, we're going, say it together, we're going to make mistakes. And you know what? The faster I make them, the faster recovery time, the more risk reduction I can add to it, the more risks I want to take. Don't hold us back by the, it's going to cost, or it's going to break, How about we just lean in? It's software. If it doesn't work, I take it out. How about we just say, you know what, there's a risk level that I'm going to have to accept. 80% of a solution is what I'm good to go with. And you know what, the 20%, because nothing in life you ever do you have 100% guarantee. But yet in our industry, we think if it's not 100%, that if we haven't put it through every test and it has passed every test, then it isn't a good thing. That's crazy. How many people have heard the spitball analogy? Oh, good. Okay. Here we go. In one corner of the room, you've got the adversaries. Okay? There's 30 of them over there. In this corner of the room, you got the allies. There's 30 of us here. Then Sweden, because they're always the moderators, they come out, and they're like, listen, you have 1 hour. The most spitballs on the wall wins. You don't even hear the adversaries. They break. They don't talk to anybody. They go, and they are just going out on their own. And within seconds, you start seeing crap, literal crap, falling on the wall. And that does not stop. They don't care where they're resourcing their water and their paper products. They don't care. Their thing is the most wins. Now, we, on the other hand, we on the allies have to have a meeting about leadership, because what's the most important part of any mission? The leadership. Okay, so we spend 15 minutes arguing about who's going to be leading it. And then when we figure out who's going to lead it, then we have to discuss who's going to lead what part of it. Because you know what, you can't lead the whole thing, right? Because that wouldn't be fair. So what part do I get? And we argue and we debate, and at the 20-minute mark, we figured out who's going to be in charge of what thing, right? Then we all have to say, well, who's going to pay for it? And then suddenly the room goes quiet, and for 5 minutes, nobody's talking. Okay, not a word. Meanwhile, the adversaries are out taking diapers off of children, okay? Because that's pulpus, it's paper. And they're putting it in, their water, blood, they don't care. They're chucking it at the wall. It looks like a crime scene, but the wall is filling up. At this 30-minute mark, we decide, oh, wait a minute, are we acquiring the water from a clean water source that isn't offensive to anyone else? Well, let's make sure we research that. At the 40-minute mark, we go, wait, the wood, oh, what? Is it affecting a rainforest somewhere? Is it the right type of wood? And at the 45-minute mark, meanwhile, the adversaries the wall is now just completely covered. There's 2 elections, and we have to pause for 5 minutes while the new elected people in the allied environment decide that they want to continue on with this effort in this war game. At the 50-minute mark, some scientist out of nowhere who's been sitting back opining this entire time says, well, you haven't even talked about the viscosity or the trajectory. And what about tempest? We don't want emissions or emanations coming off of this. We don't want them to see it coming. 55-minute, we're ready, right? We've tested. We think we're going to get there. And what happens? Some country runs out of money. And we wait until the 59th minute to launch. Now, mind you, we launched the most perfect spitball the world has ever known. That spitball launches and goes exactly on the wall where we predicted it to go with the right level of impact, and it is going to be on that wall for the rest of time, come hell or high water. And the allies are just high-fiving. They're like, yeah, we win, woo, all the way down, yeah. And then they go, adversaries win. And we're standing there, we're like, what do you mean the adversaries win? We did it we took out all the risk. It was perfect. Look at it, it's beautiful. How could you miss this? Beautiful, we should frame it. Hell with the Mona Lisa, move that to the Louvre. Well, we said the most, and we lost. That is what we're against, ourselves. We win wars. It's when we don't fight together as a nation, as a Department of War, that we will lose. And I love when General Stanton talks about the COCOMs, because I really believe The Goldwater Nichols was the best and worst thing that ever happened to the Department of War. Thing one, it gave the services Title X authority, which God bless them. God bless them. But it made these combatant commands the ultimate customer. And if we're not developing a need or a capability that satisfies their need, what are you doing it for? And that's what General Stanton came to me with we were doing these MPE environments, multi-partner environments. He's like, yeah, but how does that solve the COCOM's problem? And we've got to look at that. Everything we do has to solve a problem. And we've got to do it with a little bit of risk. And understand that. And senior leaders, risk is okay to accept if you understand what the risk is, right? Identifying that. One of my things I never got done, I haven't gotten done yet. Never say never in Katie Arrington land, the third husband, just so you know. Is a cyber scorecard or a real-time dashboard for a combatant command to look at all of the known cyber and real world that exists in the real time, right? That's my dream. And I will get there. I just keep getting, like ADD moved off onto other things. Industry has the momentum. We have been given the largest budget we've ever been given in the Department of War. Yes, we're trying to find better ways to contract. Yes, that's going to hurt some of you in some way. But I will say there are going to be a lot more newer companies coming into our playground than we've ever had before. Competition drives innovation. More competition, the better. And that there's a place for every one of you in our home. It's just how do we fit and we get you there. And this last thing is never give up. If I might be a laser targeted missile, right? But I never give up. I get down. Don't get me wrong. There are days Katie Arrington cries herself to sleep. But I do this, and I hope that I could give you all the contract numbers and awards and whatnot. Just know this: if you do the right thing, the hard right thing every day, and you do it from a place of, will this make my country better, safer, and more secure? Then do it. Because if not you, then who? Everybody in the world thinks there's somebody else that's going to take care of that. And that's not the truth. And we've become very complacent in that. We think, if my cell phone goes down, the internet goes down, somebody will take care of that. You guys are the ones taking care of that. The contractors that work with DISA itself, and just know that every one of you has, and I'm on till 9, right? I can talk till 9? Okay. I'm going to say this, and I appreciate that we've brought some things back, and if I offend you, then shame on you. It's not me, it's you. In this grand scheme of this whole crazy world that we live in, you were created for this exact moment in time, to be in this room, to hear me speak. Imagine throughout the billions of people that have lived on this planet, in the times that they lived here, you were selected to live right now. There's a reason for it. And how lucky we are to be alive in the greatest country that has ever lived, at one of the most incredible times the Department of War has ever had. Because we're really not about war. We're about peace. And peace through strength is the only way you're going to get there. Why doesn't peace through prosperity work? Because if I give you $1 today to be nice and play well with others, I will need $2 tomorrow. So that doesn't work. And peace through economics, yes and no. It depends on what kind of economy. We told Iran, we will pay you not to build nuclear weapons, so they just built them underground. Did that really work out well for us? No. Honestly, on this one, guys, I will tell you this. Watch the movies, because they tell us everything. Do you all remember the summer of 2018, Top Gun Maverick came out? What was that movie about? finding an Iranian nuclear facility built in a really obscure place and it had only Maverick could get to it. Seem familiar? I don't know about y'all, but I was a little bit watching the movie like, ooh, how'd they find that out? And did everyone love the chairman? Diabolical. I love Dan Kane. I've known Dan Kane as long as I've known General Stanton, and I just love his diabolical. That speech was one of the best military speeches of all time. And if you have not watched the Secretary of War and the chairman talking about Operation Midnight Hammer, you are missing out on one of the most epic 45 minutes of U.S. history. It was brilliant, although the chairman did talk about DITRA, and that's something we're not supposed to talk about, Defense Threat Reduction Agency, but you know, all fair and love and war. Not that he can't speak about it, we just don't like to talk about it. That's how good we are. I mean, think about that. Did any of you realize for 20 years, all right, since Obama, it was Obama that gave the money to Iran to not build a, so think about that. Since Obama, we've had two wackadoodle dudes in DITRA knowing that they were going to build these weapons underground, and they have been tracking and watching and creating a pace plan for it. How insane is that? Think about it. And Dan Kane, the chairman, said, and that's not the only site. He's right. We're the best country in the world. And our objective is, if we're stronger, better every single day as a whole, the world takes a breath and goes, oh. And I don't know about you all right now. I think the world needs a lot is going on. A lot. And the more that we're able to project that we are a beacon on the hill of light for democracy, that humans, life, mean something, that we respect each other, and that we want countries to have ideological differences in us, but let them stay in their countries, don't infuse into mine, right? I love my country. I'll die for the right for you to say whatever you want to say about me. Because believe you me, Katie Arrington, they have said some stuff about me. They have every right to. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. The opportunities that we provide people. I was at one of these events with the grandkids over the weekend, and there was somebody there from a country who had never seen so much of everything. And we're so Americanized that we don't realize how good we really have it. You go to a grocery store and you're upset because you can't get the macaroni and cheese you want, but there are 17 other options out there. Do you realize how obnoxious we are? We get upset because, somebody said something that offends me. Meanwhile, in the Sudan, Christians are being slaughtered just for being Christians. Women and children beheaded. And we're whining about the fact that I have to wait 15 minutes in a queue. Do you realize how obnoxious we are? How good we have it? And we didn't get here on our own. We got here based on other Americans, other people just like you and me in another place and time where God created them to be in that exact place and time to create this country. And your job as the people that are here now is to honor their sacrifice, what they gave up so we can have. And my job and your job right now, like I said, I'm 55. My life is laid out in front of me. I would die as I stand here that if I don't do enough every day, my greatest fear of death, and believe you me, I've come close. I've seen death on her front doorstep. She's knocked, she came, she talked to me. I don't know if anybody knows, in a massive car accident in 2018. I coded 3 times. I was on life support for days. Ty, was it a fun time? No. I've seen death. I've watched friends die. And what I can tell you is, my time on this planet, everything I do is to make sure that the place where I want to go, I've done the right thing to get in those doors. And that means sacrifice. If you're not religious, I'm not going to apologize if it offends you. But it never was easy. We were told it's not going to be easy. And let's go back to what Katie said at the start of this whole conversation. Nothing in life worth obtaining comes without a price. If you have a long-standing marriage of more than 25 years, raise your hands. Yes. How many of you people sacrificed? Amen. How many of you have been in a job more than 5 years? Raise your hand. Have you sacrificed? Yes. How many played on a sports team? Did you have to sacrifice nights and weekends to get there? Why do you think that living in the greatest country in the world that has ever been isn't going to be some sort of sacrifice? It is, and it's so worth it. And if we all do our job right 80% of the time, then my grandchildren and your grandchildren and their grandchildren will have an opportunity to exist in the type of freedoms that we use and live every day. But that comes with sacrifice. That comes with obedience. That comes with diligence. That comes with dedication. Sec War came out and he said, Katie, there were 3 objectives. If it's not lethal, don't do it. If it doesn't make me more ready, don't do it. If it's not efficient, don't do it. Real simple things to say. You threw in the continuous monitoring. Very cute hype video, though, by the way. But these are the things that have made our country the greatest country that's ever been. And we're going through an evolution right now with AI. I don't know about the rest of you, but we are under an AI revolution, and we are ingesting more AI than we know what to do with. That makes me happy, and it scares the crap out of me. I'm seeing some AI creating holographic code and holographic libraries of code. That scares me. I'm also seeing AI decreasing workflows and making it more efficient, and I'm very excited about that. Who here loves ChatGPT? Oh, yay, give me more. What's it doing to our youth? Rotting their brains. So how many in this room have kids or grandchildren? Raise your hand. All right, I'm going to give you a homework assignment in my last 4 minutes. So I worked all summer long as the CIO, and I will tell you, I worked 15-hour days. I'm performing the duties of. So the nominee will be sworn in the next couple of weeks. Cross your fingers. You guys will have a CIO for the next few years. I'm not leaving government, don't worry. I will still be around busting heads. But I'll ask you to do something for those, and the thing that, I have my own beliefs on why I do what I do. But my grandchildren, we were noticing some challenges in the kids, all of them. So both of my daughters came together and they said, we're going to do the summer of the 90s, no electronics for our kids. I beg of you, take them away. Take the electronics away. Let them learn critical thinking. Because if they don't learn critical thinking, they will never know how to make technology work for them. They will always work for technology. And we need our kids to learn early and often how to code, how technology works. But the greatest part, I'm a Gen Xer. Everybody on Instagram, I'm still on Facebook. I'm one of the old people. On Instagram, I don't do TikTok, and I don't care who says. I just won't ever do TikTok. But I look at those Gen Xers, like there was no time. Like you went out in the morning and you didn't come home till the street light came on. We drank out of garden hoses. We did this, we did that. We were kids. We were kids. And we did kid things. Have anybody here ever been to Japan? You notice what in Japan, you see kids 3, 4 years old walking around by themselves and there's not a fear factor in any one of their hearts that something's going to happen to their child? In Norway, they put their infants outside in the winter, alone, to bolster their immune system, because they know the number one asset to their country is their children. We need to start acting like that. Our number one asset is not Wall Street. Our number one asset is not the amount of military weapons we build. Absolutely not. Our number one asset is our children. And I beg of you all to give your grandchildren, your children, your great-grandkids 30 minutes a week of reading with them, talking to them, looking them in the eye, giving them positive reinforcement, because they're the ones that are going to take the technology that we're developing, and they're either going to sustain our lives or turn it off, and I really hope they don't turn it off. You know what I'm saying? And I'll leave you with these last few words. It has been the privilege of a lifetime working with you all. And General Stanton, not working with you is going to be something I will not do in this lifetime. I will find a way to work with you any day and twice on Saturdays and only once on Sunday. You truly are one of the greatest leaders I have ever encountered because you lead by your heart. Your mission is so, you're the talisman and azimuth for so many. And that doesn't come easy being as short as you are. It's hard to find you in a crowd. But when I first met you, I fell in love with your crazy brain. To this day, I'm still crazy in love with that brain. And that people like you are unicorns. And thank God for unicorns. And working with you this past year, you've made me laugh, you've made me cry, you've made me get on planes I never wanted to get onto. But you never once have said, we can't do that. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And Roger, my CIO nightmare friend. Because Roger and I, we argue on email a lot. Like, Roger, why are we doing it this way? Well, bam, the law dictates that. Ah, screw the law. What are we going to do here? Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your years of service. Thank you for being a great partner. And to everybody else in the room, if I don't get a chance in this lifetime to say thank you, I sincerely mean thank you. You are the fire in my belly. You are what I get up every morning and I come to work with, to find a way to yes for every single one of you. And I just ask that in my last seconds, dear God, I ask you at this time to come and just let these people feel the presence of hope, of gratitude that we have to be in this country and that we have to have each other. And that remember that we are just people on a planet trying to survive. We don't need to call each other nasty names. We don't need to take our personal grievances out on each other. We need to remember that we're citizens of the United States of America, and by God, we are blessed to be so. Don't ever give up. Never use the word no in your vocabulary, unless you're being accosted or somebody saying doing something bad. But if it's in a work environment, figure a way to yes. Figure a way to yes. And with that, this is my last speech as performing the duties of the CIO for the Department of War. And I cannot tell you what an honor it has been to serve you, this nation, but to work with you, General Stanton. I love you. I really do love you.
So,
I don't want to go.
let the record show how much taller I am than her. Ma'am, thank you. Thank you for your investment in time. Time is the gift that you can never get back. And the fact that you drove all the way up here and are headed back to the building to do more great things for the department, thank you so much for your investment in time. Thank you so much for your partnership. Over the past 9 months, we have gotten a lot done. You are a laser-guided munition. We will point you onto another target, and we will make progress. On behalf of myself and the leadership at DISA, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arrington. Now it is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Douglas Packard, Procurement Services Executive and Director of the Defense Information Technology Contracting Organization.
So last time I was up here last year, I made the comment that never follow an extraordinary speaker, and that was General Paul Stanton. Now I've had two. So basically, I'm dead, welcome, and this will be your boring time. All right, that said, I'm actually pinch hitting. Our deputy director, Ms. Kelly, was not able to be with us suddenly this morning. So I'm going to pinch hit. So, and this is a pinch hit because I'm not prepared to open this event. However, I'm going to call this my cold opening like on Saturday Night Live. All right? Okay. First of all, it is cold, right? So where does our weather come from? Our weather comes, y'all can hear me, right? Okay. So our weather comes from the west. So over to my left, I won't make them stand up, but I'll tell you to my left. We have a group that came in from Illinois, from the Ditko Scott. So if you see them, thank you, this is our cold weather. I'm just saying. See, they're clapping for themselves, I think. I think they're happy for it, right? All right. Hang on. Because I have a lot of administrative announcements I want to try to pull in here. One was to validate the parking, to make sure when there's a table there, validate your parking into the parking garage. Yes, those are still this year the most incredibly smallest parking spaces you've ever imagined. However, here's a really cool fun fact, I guess. If you go to the 5th floor, just go up on the elevator just for fun, right? There is like this Hyundai death yard of new vehicles up there. There's like 1,000 vehicles up there on the top 2 levels, kind of crazy. And there's a lot of dust and haze on top of it. So they've been up for a long time, so I don't know, it's kind of crazy. So I think the parking spaces are small because they need room for, I guess, all these Hyundais that someone's going to buy eventually. All right. So you know, typically for our event, you cannot see when you're up here, but I'm not going to tell you to raise your hands. But if you want to raise your hands for each other, that's fine. I can't see you. But if you're new here, there's 3 parts to the program. The keynotes, which are phenomenal, as they always are. The strategy briefs up here on the stage with some acquisition opportunities and some program tables, and that also allows for networking. I would offer to you the strategies are interesting, but if you want to know a contract, which is your business development, that's kind of probably why you're here, right? The program tables are a godsend. Please use those, make the advantage of meet the seniors at the end of the day we'll have. Take advantage of the networking, take advantage of the table. So again, we do this once a year. It's a lot of work. Post-roll, we're able to find a date here at the hotel that was available on a Monday. So it all worked out well. So please make the best use of the time because it was something we didn't think we'd have a month and a half ago. So please make the best time that you can here. Couple more administrative announcements. So at the end of the day on the agenda, there is a PSD briefing on contract and opportunities. I can pinch hit, but I can't pinch hit that much, and our SME is unable to be here, unfortunately. So that last briefing will not occur. There will not be a PSD overview or contract and overview. The comments I would have strategically, I'll make when Mr. Martin and I are up here in a moment here for our panel, our fireside chat rather, because we have a fireplace behind us. Let's see. So not the best day because the Ravens didn't win, so I didn't even wear purple today. If you haven't seen Mr. Martin, he is not smiling. The Chiefs didn't win last night. But as he would tell you on Saturday Night Live, there's always the Bears who are questioning this year. They lost in the recent game, but as you know, the Bears are having a good year. Okay, so a quick segue to something else for me personally. So after many years of federal service, 35 plus, I'll leave it at that. So I'll retire in January of next year, about a month and a half away. A lot of time thinking of, as Ms. Arrington spoke, a lot of what I've been able to do over a lot of years has been a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of hours. Did pretty well in college. I had to read the book twice and take notes twice. It didn't come naturally. I made work for 12 hours a day. I apologize to no one, even myself, that I do that, because maybe it takes a little bit longer. But I did that. 2 things I'll say. If I ever, in my career, in the department, not just DISA, not this event, ever within my career, ever said something or did something to someone who hurt them as a person, I hear publicly and will continue to apologize profusely. if I asked a contractor to work harder, to deliver quicker, to cut me a corner on cost. I've asked a civilian employee or a military employee to do a little bit more, give me 59 more minutes in the day, do a little bit harder. I am unapologetic if I did that. Someone's mother, father, son, daughter, cousin, relative, friend depends on what I think I did for 35 plus years of my life. I did all of DOD, and I would never do anything differently. Some things differently if I harm somebody, but I did it at my own free will. It was a great career. I've loved everything I've done. And I had someone tell me once, yeah, but on your tombstone, do you want it to say you did all that work? Hell yeah, I want my tombstone to say he was a great freaking civil servant. I can think of no better thing on my tombstone to say that. So if you can't say that, okay, we all have to, administration would say, you have to live what you have. It takes cost to get it. I did it. I did it at my own volition. I worked a lot of hours. I am proud of what I did, but I did it with a group of civil servants in a long career, phenomenal military that worked 24 hours a day. You in this audience, other contractors in my career, that gave it the all so someone came home to see their mother, father, son, daughter, friend. And if you don't think it matters, let me just leave you with 2 words. It matters. That said, if you're wondering, didn't get the invite for retirement ceremony, this is it, because that's not me. I've had enough thank yous in 30 plus years. I don't need them on the last day. So there will not be any of those kind of events. But I just want to take a time to tell you, from me to you, thank you, because I have the microphone. You can't win stop me unless Anthony turns it off, right? Okay. So for the panel, for the fireside chat, Mr. Barnhurst is able to be here very unexpectedly this morning. So Jason and I will do this. So if Mr. Barnhurst was to ask you, in good Saturday Night Live fashion, how was the fireside chat? How was forecast? As Joe Pesci would say, it was marvelous, right? Marvelous. Our evaluations are in, but they're not quite all signed off, so marvelous. Everything was marvelous, right? With all that said, and Jason, are you in the room somewhere?
Back here, Doug.
Okay, I can't see you, so good. All right, you ready to go, dude?
We need a couple minutes to get set up.
Okay, set up. And after that, as my cold opening, which I've never done until now, so live from Baltimore for our forecast industry, and I think, Tony, you're going to give us a little bit of legway into the fireside chat, sir?
That is correct. We'll take a brief 5-minute recess while things get set up.
All right, get your recess.
Hotel staff would like to notify you that a lost phone has been left in the restaurant. If you are missing your phone, please see hotel staff.
Once a year I get to see you here. Maybe at the DISA I always like it. Now, once you leave, it's up to you.
Tony, we can ask there's extra seats. I'll brought it.
Yeah, but like there's like one of those like
Oh, okay. I got a couple of guys that need to get mic'd up. What mics do you want to give them?
That's the patch. So I had to get it. So I had to
That's good. We don't need the power.
Oh, they have it. But my guy,
Yeah. How many mics do you need? Just him?
right. We got Mr. Martin already. Yeah, he's already mic on. Did you get the other mic back from? I did not. Also, I got it from.
Yes.
Mr. Harrington. I didn't get it from. So I got to go get the other mic from. We still have the extra mic, so I'm gonna walk out and do that. But yeah, we all been told we got the runs over. Mr. Martin said he did.
Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. We need him in there. If the cable wire in mind, right? Here you go.
But there's a.
Hey, he's keeping the mic because he's going to do some. He's doing an impromptu session.
Okay.
Interrupt him. So
Okay.
when you see him walk up, I need you to turn his mic back on.
Okay.
He's going to be sitting over there in that corner.
Okay.
All right, so he's going to. All right, so yeah, and then he'll turn it after that.
Okay. So Devin, the mic for general stand one is going to be
Beverages.
stage during the session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats. We're about to begin in about 5 minutes. I'd like to notify you plenty of seats are available. Please squeeze on in for you standers out there in the back. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Mr. Douglas Packard, Procurement Service Executive and Director, Defense Information Technology Contracting Organization,
All right, y'all ready?
for our fireside chat.
Fireside. This is your Q&A time you're in, so keep talking. Whenever you're
I'd
ready.
say go. Go ahead. Y'all ready? I'd say go ahead, Doug.
Thanks for coming. It's all the Q&A. We're good to go, and lunch is served at noon. All right.
This side's loud over here.
Over to the left. Hey, left. We're good. We're ready to go. Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Right. All right. So I'll kick it off. So Mr. Barnhurst is not here. So if he asked you, this was the best panel you ever had, right? Senior, we rocked it. Evaluation time is about to be finalized, so we're good to go. So my partner in crime, in years and years and years, Mr. Jason Martin, he has been the longest CE that I worked with here at DISA. They've changed. Typically, they were the vice, and then Mr. Montrano and Jason. So, and Chris will ask, Mr. Barnhurst asked a lot of different questions, and he'll ask me something, and I think about once a week, one of us says to someone in the agency, yeah, Doug and I, Jason and I, we talk every day, and we do. We have a lot of conversations. So let me talk about something that's kind of the nearest and dearest to my heart, the thing I deal with the most, and I think my predecessor will deal with the most. There is a Vice Procurement Services Executive selected reporting 15 December. His name is Mr. Brian Leda. He was the chief of Ditco Europe. He was my tech director for about 2 years. He was a cost price analyst. He worked at Ditco NCR. He's run offices. He's done policy at NASA, policy at the Department of Commerce in the trademark office. So someone very, very well seasoned is coming in. He has an industry background as well, with startups, with Fortune 1000 companies. Really great guy. So I asked MIC to give him your support. They'll deal with how they deal with who will be a permanent PSC at some later point. So what's the largest thing that I will deal with and my predecessor will deal with is FAR 2.0 or the FAR overhaul. Ms. Arrington had mentioned about people not needing notes. I am not that smart. Okay, 7 notes. Okay, so the technical name for that overhaul is Restructuring Common Sense to Federal Procurement. So if you're about my age, you remember the cigarette commercial way back in the day. I can't really see it, but Virginia Slims, people remember Virginia Slims back in the day? Right? And what their slogan was, is what I say for this FAR overhaul. What took you so long? You come a long way, baby. I have waited 30 plus years to have an acquisition system that I thought really responded to the needs of the war fighter. And that certainly since the 2000 timeframe, 9/11 certainly changed the complexion within the United States. It is a phenomenal change. Other changes will look at a little bit of speed, a little bit of cost, a little bit of lower cost. This is more of a holistic look at how do we buy writ large. There's a lot more conversation Jason will have on that later from this chat. It's really pretty profound to go for speed as a priority, and we need speed. That statement, we need speed, does not come at the cost of, quality just went out the window. You may have an 80% solution. 80% needs to deliver something, not put on a shelf, look at, we have 80%, can't use that damn thing, but we got 80%. No, speed comes with some rigor, some discipline, some training tools, et cetera, to make the 80% work for someone instead of charging for the 99.9%. A lot of deviations have been issued in the FAR. They've all been issued as deviations. The defense FAR supplement will be issued 2 tranches. It'll be part 1 or part X to X. Second tranche issued some weeks, maybe a month later, will be the second part of the DFAR's complete overhaul rewrite. There'll be a common date that will be issued. After that, we'll start looking at it now, which we have been for any early wins. After that, we'll issue out the DISA FAR supplement. So a lot of things within the rewrite is kind of left at components. And let me discuss one that near dear to my heart and my time in federal procurement. As in Colin Kapanos, there's a statement that set-asides on a multiple award schedule, federal supply schedule rather, or a multiple award contract are discretionary. My dying hope will be that the DISA acquisition regulation states that DISA will set aside, when it makes sense through market research, procurements for small business and the other economic groups. Carlin, you're welcome. Send me a check later. We need to do that. It is the right thing to do. From innovation, the startups, whatever, they are a small business. That's what innovation is coming from. You look at Ukraine, people are doing things in garages that would take the U.S. years to conduct in a big forum. So that's the biggest thing with the issue. When they come out, we'll have to take a lot of time to write that up. So I was asked once, and I'll turn this over to Jace for what's closest on his mind. I was asked by a couple people, what's the biggest risk in all that rewrite and all that overhaul, whatever? My comment was, the only risk we have is we don't take advantage of it as soon as possible. So I was advised that once it's all done out, this is issued, this is like in the summer time frame, by 30 September of 2025, we'll issue out a new acquisition regulation for DISA. By 30 September, I'll train folks, and we might get a first thing maybe in 2027 by the time we come to what it is. My comment was, you got 90 days. And by the way, any day now, give me the top 5, top 10 things I can do now and not have to write a regulation. HCA, Head of Connectivity, I instruct we can do blank today. I don't need to rewrite the whole DARS over 90 days, which is what I gave the team to do. But our risk is we don't do this quick enough, and we don't have you telling us along the way, by the way, you know this with the doors, you know we really didn't like it. This is what it does to us. You can certainly start sending those things at this point as well. That is the biggest thing I have. I know he loves my procurement system, so he has nothing to add editorially. But with that, I will turn over to Jason and see what pearls of wisdom he has to offer us.
The first pearl of wisdom is y'all can't stand all day. There are plenty of seats, so I recommend you get comfortable. You have to listen to me for the next hour, and then we go into the PEOs. So I would recommend you sit down if you can. I'm more than happy to continue to talk while you do that. When Chris notified me yesterday that he wouldn't be here today, I thought, oh boy, what are Doug and I going to talk about? It was right about the time they were announcing the college playoff brackets, which I thought, oh, we could probably talk about that for a little bit. Everybody's happy. I know the Notre Dame fans are happy, right? All right. And then I thought, oh, well, tomorrow will be great. I'm going to stay up late, watch my Chiefs. I stayed up late, watched them, wasn't real happy based on that result. So there's plenty of things I can talk about from a challenge perspective. But let's talk about acquisition. So I talked to General Stanton last week. He gave me some feedback on what I was going to talk about this week, and I said, "Oh, I need to change my points. I'm trainable." So he smiled, and then I leaned over to him when after he and Miss Arrington spoke, and I said, "Sir, I think I'm too trainable because you have both given my entire set of talking points for the day." So I'm gonna wiggle around that. So there's yet another challenge, but I think. We're in a good place, especially with support from these acquisition professionals around me here. But let's talk about what I perceive to be the biggest challenge right now. So as we move into this bold new world of integrating DISA capabilities, existing capabilities, and working with our coalition partners, how are we going to do that? We looked through the organization over the past couple of years. We've made some changes. I stood up here last year and talked about discipline and rigor. I think we've done a pretty good job of getting after that. I also think that's enabled us to deliver those integrated set of capabilities. And looking across the agency, I talked about cross-cutting technology, cross-cutting processes. We've effectively done that. But to the point Doug just made, and Ms. Arrington and General Stanton, 80%'s okay as long as we learn and continue to infuse that technology and are agile about it, right? We say fail quickly, fail fast, whatever the case may be. I'd like to think we're in a better place than that because we did see it happen in 72 days. Are we really thinking from a system of system perspective? So I've got call to action notes that I'll talk to you about in this forum and then a little bit later. But as you bring solutions to us and as we bring them to ourselves and think about them as a collective team, do we really know where we're trying to go and what tools we have in place to get there? I would argue we don't. Why is that? So when I sit here as CAE, Director of Acquisition, I work with the PEOs, I meet with them as a team, and then I meet with them individually. And we go through priorities, challenges, people development, training, resourcing. We look at it from a siloed perspective to a degree. We cannot do that any longer. When you all come to us and bid a proposal, we need to know that you know as well or better than we know where we're trying to go, right? I've probably said this for the past 10 years that I've been speaking in here. We've really got to think holistically, system of systems. Are we thinking that way? I would argue that many of you have experience within DISA, across the Department of War, and even commercial industry that would help us think and plan better. So I would say, Doug, from a delivering 80% capabilities, rapidly delivering, are we really thinking holistically? Are we still thinking pointed solutions? I understand the contracts are based on the requirements we write, so maybe it's something that we need to do, or post when you leave me. We probably need to think differently about how we are setting up those contracts for success from a true system of system capability. You will hear that a lot. You've already heard it this morning. You will hear it a lot more as we understand that we really aren't building, quote unquote, a lot of new programs. We are blending them together to offer capabilities to that warfighter that they've traditionally not seen in a cohesive and comprehensive space.
Thank you. General Stanton, you're here. Am I correct? Oh, okay. I didn't know. I'm like, oh, he's there. He's watching.
Completely dimed me out. I'm not supposed to talk, but I got excited
I'll borrow.
because I know that Mr. Barnhurst and Mr. Martin were supposed to like trade off back and forth. But Mr. Barnhurst was unable to make it up here this morning. But let me dive in a little bit and build on Mr. Martin's comments from my foxhole. First, what 80% are we delivering? If I do nothing other than drill in the term functionally relevant capability this morning, then I have accomplished my mission. 80% that isn't delivering something meaningful is the wrong 80%. And so you have to figure out how do you put the pieces and parts together to create an 80% solution to a problem that is relevant for the users of the system. So how do you back off the full complement of what you want to deliver something that's actually what's required by the warfighting community? And there's a nuance to that, right? That's as much art as it is science. Can't underlook the science, but you have to put it together in a way that's actually solving the problem. So the 80% is a system of systems 80% that provides functionally relevant capability. What keeps me up at night? Enterprise scale. Ms. Arrington brought up the point of walking into the Joint Operations Center in Indo-PACOM, and unrehearsed, I grabbed my SIPR token and I plugged it in and I logged in and was able to leverage the system that the team had worked the past 72 hours tirelessly. That's an overused adverb in the military, but this is true. They worked tirelessly to drive that solution such that I was able to use my SIPR token in an unrehearsed, unscripted demonstration of capability in front of the combatant commanders DCOM, J3, J2, and J6. That was a powerful moment. A little bit of risk. I'm not risk adverse. But now how do we get that solution into the rest of the global theater? This next fight, God forbid if it happens, will be a global fight. So a solution in Indo-PACOM is hyper relevant, but not to General Grinkovich at UCOM. And so how do we think, plan, forecast, and align to deliver global capabilities at scale? And what is the right scale? Again, it's got to be in lockstep with a system of systems working together with each other. It does me no good to take a component of the system of systems and deliver it to all the combatant commands across the globe. I got to deliver the relevant capability. And that requires close coordination from all of us. I don't know that Doug actually meant to invite me onto the stage. But I'm going to leave now. Unless he calls me back up again. I'm sitting in the side.
You're good. Well, I was so surprised. I thought you were in your nice, comfortable office upstairs, and everything I say you're going to listen to and let me know later what I did well. Okay, thank you, sir. So acquisition transformation. So I'm one of those nerds that like, well, what does transformation mean? So yes, last night I looked up the word transformation. I was surprised. I was surprised by the definition of transformation is dramatic change. I read a lot. My favorite pastime is reading. My second one is reading it on the beach or in the pool. I did not know transformation was dramatic change. Not change, but dramatic change. So we're in a different environment. We have an acquisition strategy from the Secretary of War that is phenomenal what it does and the scope that it does. Give the department, give us a little bit of time, not a lot of time, a little bit of time to figure out how some of the concepts work about accepting proposals that aren't, quote unquote, everything we needed. There's ways to artfully do it, but it's artfully to do it because everyone knows where to run to, General Accountability Office for protest with the Court of Federal Claims, when you don't like what we've done. So with that, two things that I did want to mention. In the rewrite, there is a statement that says, kind of generically, kind of make the system work and use your best business judgment. There was a statement in there as well from 1996-ish, I'm old, that says, if the FAR does not state you cannot do it, or not permitted by law, statute, or a very finite regulation, it is permissible. The DARS, if I can influence it, and I will, post me, that statement will be in the DARS. At DISA, if it's not permitted, if a law doesn't say you can't do it and accept risk and tell us when you need us to cover your back collectively and take the risk, just document you're going to do it, right? Second thing, and get your questions ready because I'm going to go to Anthony next for the first question of multiple questions I hope you have. Second thing I wanted to mention was there was a lot of work early in the year with GSA and the Procurement Central, quote unquote. I think it had a little bit different branding name for it, Procurement Central, where all common buys would be through GSA, and that included information technology and a lot of other things. At this point, what we do in the DIC codes writ large, as you're used to, we're going to continue to do it. We have every multi-board contract we have now. Maybe, maybe not. That's maybe the biggest contention of debate. Those vehicles have a lot of years left on them. But as far as right now, what we buy, what we don't buy, is going to be something bought at GSA. They don't have the military bearing on it. There's a quicker buy. We can't get things done when we go to do contract administration. That right now, everything we buy now will stay within DISA. I can say that pretty well writ large. With that, Anthony, pray tell you have a question.
Ladies and gentlemen, the panel will now take questions.
None yet? Someone want to yell one out?
Well, here, Doug, I'll go ahead and talk about.
You can't answer your own question. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Well, hopefully I'll be asked this, but let me go ahead and try to answer. So, memo came out to address rapidly fielding capabilities and changing acquisition processes to get after things a little quicker. As we've talked about, speed's certainly important. So, for those of you that have worked, how many of you have worked with us in the past? Okay, so you know sometimes we're fast, sometimes we're not so fast. We've spent the past year to year and a half reshaping ourselves to be faster. And I think we've done a good job. So from a good news perspective, we have realigned into portfolios already, right? You're going to hear from PEO Cyber, PEO Transport, PEO Services. Those are portfolios. Also within the J9 and J6, we've aligned them into portfolios. They've proactively done all that. So I think from working with us perspective and us being compliant with the new way handling acquisition, I think we're close. The other thing is consolidation of funding, being able to reprioritize and move funding around. We have reduced the isolated, I would say, that's probably not the right word, but the smaller PEs to get after being able to allow these folks to pivot and change. That's how we did produce a capability in 72 days, right? We were able to move the funding around, work together to say, okay, this is the priority, these are the people and the dollars we need to get after this. So I think we've done that also. And then what you will start to see, if you haven't already, I've got about 70 plus programs right now that are in the adaptive acquisition framework. There will be more, right? Software acquisition pathway is the way. We are going to start doing more and more of it. I've got some really big successes already in some of the portfolios. Across all three, I think PEOs are using SWAP already. So I think from a good news perspective, like you say, we are in line, we are ready to work with you, get you back on the team if you're not on there, be on the team and start to think differently. With that comes a little bit of responsibility, right? I need you all to be trained up, and I need you all to be thinking proactively and in line with this acquisition, revised acquisition way ahead, to really think about how we should be doing those things and falling into software acquisition pathway early, back to the point about understanding the environment that you're coming into and make sure you're ready to execute at the speed we need you to.
All right, thank you. Anthony, you got a question? Quentin, questions? No, you're killing me. I gotta read all this.
Nobody has any
this
questions.
stuff.
Normally there's like a line of people.
Please. There you go.
Okay.
So today, JS came out with a deal that's a $951 million contract that DISA led to do all kinds of modernization, engineering, and lifecycle replacement. With that,
So to support the warfighter. It's the first time in my 30 years I've seen the government issue a contract where there's multiple CTAs all at the same time being awarded. And my question is, do you foresee that that's going to be a common occurrence?
Okay. So the CTA, I'm just going to yell out to me, CTA, it's the teaming arrangement with small businesses. CTA is contractor teaming arrangement? Okay. So basically this concept came out of the General Service Administration. It puts I believe it's a large, Carl can tell you more over time, a large business, a lot of small business providing the service as a, my words, quasi prime, kind of a trade from the best of both worlds. Will it be the wave of the future? I don't know. GSA used it. I think they believe it was successful. The Department of Defense, Department of War is much different. The op tempo, a lot of things run different for us. Would it be the model? It'd be the pilot to see what we should do. Well, we'll know pretty quickly if that's the good wave of the future, and we'll go from there. But I'm going to try it out, just kind of see how we land, right? So no, great question. I appreciate that because that's always on someone's mind. So on that larger acquisition strategy, if you haven't read it, I think it's 70, 100 some pages. I'm an old guy. I have a hard copy on my desk, and I have it highlighted. I can't do electronic stuff. But it's rebuilding the arsenal of freedom is the reference that's provided. But an arsenal doesn't work if it doesn't have two things. What are they? Well, two things and one built in. Information technology, right? That's how an arsenal runs. And it runs by, with Mr. Wachowski's help, it runs by transport layer and telecommunications. And built into that, unequivocally, not a bolt-on, is cybersecurity. So when you read the context of it's arsenal freedom, arsenal, that's a tank. The tank is a moving object that is managed by information technology, telecommunications. So don't get words. Oh, this is all weapons. No, it's not weapons. There's definitely a tie-in to what we do as DISA. Speed, flexibility, rigorous execution. So basically getting the speed of threat, and they put us on the war footing. I never really thought about it until about a year ago when General Stanton arrived. He had a small group. He mentioned it in his opening, but he had a small group of seniors. He said it many times since then. I never stopped to think. I even told my relatives at Christmas, you need to think about our environment differently. That changes. It's going to change. It'll change as we try to implement a transformation strategy. I never stopped to think of it literally as people are trying to kill us and our way of life, and I, the civilians, the military, and you in this audience and listening are the only thing that stands in that way. I never got it until then. Many years, I didn't get it. What we do is, to Ms. Arians, it's serious. What we do matters. Now, I don't know, Jason, if you have any instances of within that larger transformation, aside from your portfolios, which we have, of any different things you plan to do in that realm.
Well, so I think, as I've mentioned, we've got to get better at writing contracts on the acquisition side of the house, right, from a program management, project management perspective. So we've got to put lessons learned. We have incorporated and developed new training to get after that internally. Again, looking for your feedback, and I think you all will share that throughout the day. That's number one. But then the other thing is simply thinking different in terms of, again, it's not just building something from scratch any longer. It's really integrating existing capabilities and improving upon them to ensure that we can deliver that, or we can coalesce around that data, leverage that data to make decisions quicker. And I just don't know if we've been able to do that to date. I think we're getting there. But again, it's how are we thinking? How are we proactively thinking? How are we then leveraging flexible contracting capabilities and or different ways of thinking to get after things just a little bit quicker from a true team perspective across multiple teams, internal and external to the government.
And one of the mantras in that strategy, one is speed, and second, cost, is that commercial items, commercial products. I think, again, I have a much lower optic on this, smaller optic rather, but I think it's doable. What the independent R&D we find, I think that commercial base for IT telecom, which we do, and the cybersecurity embedded in it, I think it's doable. If you have different thoughts, let us know.
So good point. Ms. Arrington, with the spitball analogy, had this discussion last week. So I have very regular hopefully not always, but sometimes painful program reviews. People love them. General Stanton can't wait to get in one, so I got to make sure he gets to a good one.
Oh, they're painful, in case you didn't know. They're painful for some of the folks.
So they are educational. But what we're finding is she's spot on, right? We're spending time making sure everything is perfect. Yeah. Well, all the while, I'm behind schedule. I'm overburning. I'm driving industry bananas because I'm changing requirements. We are trying to make everything perfect. Yeah. And it's great. However, sometimes we're late to the game. It's great, but we're not actually delivering a relevant 80%, right? So again, infusing that discipline and rigor to get after it, I think, is critically important. I think that Ms. Arrington nailed it with the spitballs. We fundamentally have to change that mindset, and I think that's exactly what that reform initiative is trying to do.
Okay, great. And I'm going to punt for a question in one moment, but let me add to how we support that within the DITCOs and the Procurement Services Director writ large. So a couple years ago, maybe 3 years ago, I charged the incoming Vice Procurement Service Executive, Brian Leda, to reimagine speed, because we're not quick. We're not. So I said, I don't know what we're going to do. I think it's some kind of acceleration. I think what Department of Homeland Security, the PIL Procurement Innovation Lab, kind of has it right. Just look and see, look at the art of the possible and know what you can do. So you will love him coming in, because he's really engaged in this. He went to one of those PIL briefings, and he realized what the art of the possible was. So we have, we didn't call them innovative because they're not innovative. They were out there. They were not innovative. Okay? They're what I call acquisition accelerators. We played with them for a bit of time, had maybe about a year and a half. And I think, and I've heard from industry, they've been very well received, and the speed is certainly there. Oral presentations, industry, yeah, but you got to find the right person to present, whatever. Yeah, we need to get there, right? We'll learn how to do it as a group, right? But we're going to continue to do those oral presentations. When it's right, oral proposals, confidence ratings, having after oral presentation, immediately go into reach consensus on who's going to have the award and have it done in a day or two versus 2 weeks to 2 months. Again, this is smaller. This is part 8, part 16. If you know what I'm referring to, then we're in the right group. And so those orders, it's a little bit more harder dynamic for a larger contract. Are we going to do it? And I can tell you with Brian Lady coming in the door, we're going to do it, right? So it was successful. So again, I'm asked oftentimes by General Stanton or others, my boss, Mr. Barnhurst, is, but how can we do it differently? Well, we had a little bit of a coalition of the willing of what we would do, try to experiment, try to learn. So we got the cusp of, we really have got this, we've learned it, we've had a protest, overwhelming sustain in the department and DISA's favor. So it worked great. So let's all go do it. Yeah, let's do it. So what I did, unpopularly maybe, is by March of 2026, 40% of all of our acquisitions in that vein that fit into it shall use at least one accelerator. Best suited is not one of them because that's our default. 2, by 30 September, reported out to General Stanton is 80% will use an accelerator. We got to do it, right? So oral presentations are hard. Learn it. Learn it. Because at speed to delivery, we're going to have to do it. Should be in a commercial product. There's ways to get that. If you have some new novel idea, you hear about bringing things to industry. We have commercial solutions openings. We have OTAs. I can tell you, you have the best thing ever happen. We want it. We're going to compete it. Because if we don't compete it, I can't go to production, contract, or agreement for 5 years thereafter. Right? And with that, I said something wrong, so he's going to correct me.
Simply going to amplify. So, story time for a second. Last spring, DISA was participating in a joint staff-led globally integrated exercise. First time that DISA as a combat support agency has played a role in a globally integrated exercise, and it was hugely insightful. Standing in the Ops Center, I brought in all of the senior leadership from the agency to participate in the execution of ops. So all of the PEOs that you are about to hear from in a minute, Mr. Packard from our procurement services directorate standing right in the ops center floor because I realized that I needed to make decisions that might translate into contracting actions in order to solve a problem that was emergent and necessary to solve for the warfighter. Started talking about agile contracting. My best example to give is that when Hurricane Helene ravaged the mountains of North Carolina, there was no means to communicate. And if you recall, the U.S. Army sent the 3rd Infantry Division from Fort Stewart, Georgia, into support. They didn't have the SATCOM capabilities that they needed. In 12 hours, the contract went from nothing to complete to purchasing to in stride outfitting that organization with the capability that they needed to help Americans that were in desperate need. Agile contracting is part of our future. When I'm standing on the ops center floor and I realize that we're short capacity to meet the requirement for the combatant command and we have to contract it, I need to be able to do that time now. And literally, standing up on my little dais in the ops center, I look down to Doug and I say, Doug, can we do that? Doug never says no until he goes back legally, figures it all out. He does all that behind the scenes to get to yes so that we can meet the requirements. But that, I never really thought about it in that context. But agile contracting is absolutely necessary to support warfighting. And all of us need to think about it in that context. How we write the contract is important to support that degree of agility. Thanks for inviting me back, Doug.
You're pretty good at this public speaking thing, you know? All right, I think we have about 5-ish minutes, so we have a question, our second question of the day.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Michael. Really appreciate you doing this for us. It's really great for industry. I'm the CEO of an AI company. We're based in Washington, D.C., and we have for a couple years now 12 deployed engineers in Ukraine. Wonderful Ukrainians, wonderful people, very honorable. Been amazing working with them, and we've been collaborating on developing a next sort of generation of products and services to benefit the warfighter. But as a small company, there's a lot for us to navigate here. We're mostly engineers. I would love your advice on the best way for us to interface with you to present. We talk about agile. I mean, this is the most agile team I've ever worked with in my life. What's the best way for us to interface with you to show you what we've been building and what we've been learning? Because we're a small company. It's new for us. I would wonder any advice or lessons learned for a company like ours.
Stay the full day, and Carlin, stand up. Carlin is our director of the Office of Small Business Programs. She is the genius of everything you'll need
Genius
to know
is good.
of introduction. She will help you figure out, there's a bunch of executives, by their portfolios, each one has a different niche of what they do and how they combine. So it might be between one or two, but she can talk with you, get your capability brief, maybe an hour, half an hour, then she'll help you target you to who you need to see, and it'll be this person. She may help you best in the introductory email out. So anyone saw her again, she'll speak this afternoon at 2-ish, I believe, so she's the one to talk to. All right?
Thanks, sir.
And I did mention, again, make sure I did the right segue because I'm old and don't remember everything I've ever said. So Carlin's gets done, I believe, at 2:15 today. Is that about right? Okay. So once she's done, that will be it for the day. Give us 5-10 minutes-ish to kind of set up the meet the seniors up front. We'll have to forego the PSD briefing. I think I did mention this earlier, so I've covered the key components of that. With that, any other questions, Tony? Right here. Sure.
Good morning. My name is Belinda Lowe, CEO of Agile 3 Technology Solutions. Mr. Packard, right here.
It is hard to see up here, but
That's okay. Mr. Packard, Mr. Martin, thank you for sharing some of the innovative ideas you had you're sharing around procurement and speed. After the recent release that GSA will start using Meta, an AI platform, and industry is ramping up and using AI tools, techniques to address procurement or even part of their procurement process. Is DISA and the PSC using already or planning to use in the very near future any AI tool strategies to prepare solicitation packages and or evaluate? And one thought I had in mind before I close is like how fast they executed that MDA shield. It was clockwork. So.
No, so I suspect Steve's going to talk about it a bit later, but you're already using some inside of our organization to help expedite our processes, right? But at the grand scale, I'm not. I think we'll have to wait for Steve.
As far as developing a requirements package, how that would be, yeah, I guess there's some of that there, but I think there's a lot of intellectual thought put on top of quote unquote the false positive hallucinations that you get. As far as using it for evaluations, no, that I'm aware of, not at all. Would I want to do that? Not any large scale, unless it's like pulling out common names. Do I think it's possible that proposals are being developed that way? Yeah. Do I think the proposals are accurate? No. Do I think you need to deliver it? Yeah, you better. So I think there's caution with that. I would mention to you, there was a case where on a protest that a firm used AI to create case law before the GAO, and they were wrong and publicly sanctioned for that. So there's a lot of positives AI that kind of, I would say, as I tell my niece and nephew, it gets you kind of in the area, but you got to use your intellectual thought to figure out if it's the right area you want to be in and test and see if it's right. So that's just from different industry segment from my segment. Certainly ask Steve Wallace when he's up here. He'll be the CTO. He'll be speaking. He might be in the audience somewhere. But he can certainly go into a little more detail with you if he knows about it. And since he's here somewhere, so now that he knows the question, he will be awfully prepared to answer this to the T when he comes on. He'll give you just like that. He left. You got research, so leave and go do your research. This woman wants an answer. And I think we have you want to go ahead? And I think we need.
Well, I was going to say I need to call someone up on stage. We're going to call questions here, but I need to call someone up on stage for final thoughts for us. I'll let you guess who it is.
I probably should have just stayed on the stage, but it is bright up here. Hey, so this is Doug Packard's 12th forecast to industry. And yeah.
Sorry, you listened to me 12 years. Sorry.
This is his last forecast to industry. But I'll tell you from my perspective that Doug is a quiet professional that gets to yes and solves our problems. There have been a handful of times over the past year when Doug and I have been on the phone at 2000 on a Saturday evening because somebody needed a solution and lives were on the line. Doug stops what he's doing to get to yes, to solve the problem. He is a true professional. And while we've got plenty of time to let Doug retire, and we will acknowledge his lifetime of service to the nation and to our agency in a number of different fora, I thought it absolutely appropriate in front of all of you to acknowledge Doug's service, commitment, and dedication to our mission set. He is the conduit between you and delivering warfighting capability. Doug, on behalf of myself and DISA and the entire leadership team, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I thought you were bringing Steve Wallace up. I would say, please, not yet. He's not until later.
Not yet.
Okay.
So, thank you, Doug. I will miss sharing the stage with you.
Yeah.
This will be the last time we share the stage together.
Like a rabid pit bull, I'm sure you will.
Doug and I do talk every day, multiple times per day.
I do that for you, on your benefit.
But it's been a pleasure working with you, Doug. I've learned a lot from you. He was the first person to congratulate me when I got promoted. I walked into my office and there was a little SES mug on my desk. So thank you for that. I still have it, still remember that. But you've been a great mentor, friend, and peer confidant to me. And we will all miss you, and I'm sure you will hear that from others as well. But the conduit term is perfect. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right.
I think we're done, and I think Anthony will tell us what we're doing next.
Thank you, gentlemen. At this time, we invite our industry partners to visit the program networking tables located in the Warfields room as we take a 15-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your way back to your seats for our next presentation. We're a bit behind schedule, so please find your seats.
All right, y'all ready? All right, so if we could go to the first chart. I'm always notorious for cutting into the PEO's, now PAE's time, so I'm going to cut my talking points down significantly because they are ultimately who you want to hear from. They're the ones who work on a daily basis to get capabilities out the door. So if we go to my first chart real quick, just to tell you about some changes that we've made here in the agency. So I think you all have seen this before, but there's one important note that's different. So as I mentioned, we're already in a portfolio construct. We've already consolidated PEs. We took an additional step this past year to bring the Spectrum community and the C2 capabilities in Spectrum into the existing C2 portfolio under Ms. Bean. So she's going to talk about that a little bit. But why this is important is truly we've strategically aligned to get things out the door. We've worked hand in hand with Mr. Greenwell over the past 6 months to get MP moving out, and we've done that in support of him and his organization through the integration perspective of things. And so if we did not have this alignment, I don't know that we would have been postured and prepared to do that. So I think that we are already proven that we can be dynamic, agile, and move quickly as a result of making some of these reform changes in advance. So let me just go through real quick. My staff's going to kill me, but because I always do this, they give me a ton of great information, and I go and say whatever I want. So if we go to the next chart. So for those of you that raised your hands earlier that you've worked with us before, did you know that this was our domain? So Ms. Arrington mentioned Midnight Hammer. It took all of this to execute that mission. DISA is integral to every single component listed on this chart. So when I talk about systems of systems, when I talk about educating yourselves, bringing solutions to the table, you know, we had the AI contract comment earlier, you've truly got to demonstrate that you know what we're involved in and how we do deliver those capabilities top to bottom, end to end. From inception to requirement, which we need to be malleable, right? We talked about 80%. Is it 80% of the right thing? How are we getting after that? We need you to think top to bottom. The PEOs, Mr. Greenwell, Mr. Marshall, Mr. Ahmed, myself can't think of everything, right? You all have expertise in all of these areas. Think about this holistically when you're building those proposals. Think about this holistically when you're talking about coalition warfighting, building new environments that can rapidly integrate through a Lego block type fashion. That is what we are doing. I mentioned it multiple times. PMOs need to not be so isolated, need to not be so siloed and focused on a specific capability. We need you to help drive us there, right? We spend a ton of time together, but it's always in a learning fashion. It's always growing, developing. There's not a day that goes by that I don't say I learn something new every day. The reason why is this, right? If you're not thinking that way when you're working with us, or you're not thinking that way when you're building proposals, you're not going to get us to the right 80% so we can iterate and move from there. But just a couple things to think about on here. We've mentioned MP a couple times. I think Roger's going to talk about it here in a little bit. Why that's important. We've got to provide access to real-time data and integrated through an integrated architecture. How do we do that? The PEOs alone provide top to bottom, right? Transport. Cybersecurity is the wrapper, built in, baked in from the beginning. And then the services, application services on top. Ms. Bean's running C2 and coalition data sharing, right? That is all in a single streamlined organization now. That all provides, allows these missions to execute. Just one example. ISR, right? Mr. Pachkowski, heavy in here. Assured transport. Working across, I got a question on the break about satellite communications. He works with the satellite providers across the department and industry to ensure that we have the relevant or the necessary bandwidth and resiliency to get after those missions. I truly was not aware until 12 months ago about how integral that piece of the puzzle is to our mission. It's Mr. Pachkowski's mission to get after that. Please help him do so. Cloud Fabric. I don't own the clouds, right? You know, Jeff Marshall and Byron are going to talk about the clouds today, but what do? We help operationalize them. We get data there. We run applications on top of them, and we share data across them. Chris P. is going to talk also about how he's building standardized architecture so those clouds can communicate with one another in a resilient fashion, right? We don't execute that mission without cloud. And then cyber domain, Dr. Herman's up next. I don't want to steal his thunder, but you've already heard about Zero Trust. You've already heard about ICAM. You've already heard about baking in cybersecurity from the onset. How do we manage it, right? The other thing you need to be thinking about is operationally, how are we going to execute? So we've spent a lot of time working with J357 over the past 1 to 2 years building out ConOps, working with the DC J3 to ensure we understand cyber operations, and that we're providing capabilities as a cohesive team to get after that. So be thinking too operationally how we would execute this and what we need to provide you to ensure the resources you have that you need to solve those challenges for us, to the point about supporting these operational exercises, right? Be proactive and then think long term. So a couple quick calls to action for you. Rigor and discipline. Mr. Packard agreed that those program reviews are painful, but they are necessary. They have really uncovered a lot of things that we didn't know were going on. We have already improved and made changes to get after speed, to drive some of that change proactively, to ensure that we are delivering on time within budget. Just fundamental basic changes that we've made. Prototyping and operational exercises, Roger's going to talk about what we've done there. We've got to continue to build upon that. Partner with us. I say it every time. Come early, understand what you're doing, and talk to us. Unfortunately, I've spent quite a bit of time this year working with CEOs of companies. By the time I'm involved, or by the time the PEO is involved, it's too late. We've got to be open, honest, transparent. We need to share information. We need to understand when there's a problem. We are not perfect, right? We heard that. Ms. Arrington said we're going to make mistakes. We do make mistakes. All we can do is learn from them, approve upon them, and that happens through open communication. Come to us when you see a problem, but me getting involved 6 months too late is not super helpful, and then it causes a lot of churn. Please be open-minded. Talk to us about transparency, provide that information as soon as you can so we can get after some of these things that would cause us to slip. So just finally, thanks to you all. I've been doing this now probably about 10 years up on this stage. I've seen a lot of positive change. I've seen a lot of reform. I've seen a lot of personalities come and go, but I've seen a lot of teamwork. Now is more important than ever that we get after that. We do follow these reform initiatives. We do implement as instructed to do so, like we're doing. Follow in suit with us, work with us to do that. But I do want to thank you for being part of that acquisition team. You accept risk, you accept responsibility when you work with us. So I just wanted to thank you for that. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Herman.
All right, you'll see who has the budget for slides when you take a look at what I have on the chart here. And these will be made available to you as well. So I promise we won't go into a tremendous amount of depth on this as well. So I guess the first question I want to ask is, why are we here? We're here so that you can understand a little bit about our environment and our requirements. And we have this engagement where we try to learn a little bit about what you could provide in support of that. We do even more of that at TechNet Cyber as well. So this is really a back and forth where we need to understand each other a little bit better. So next slide. So I have four things up here primarily on this slide. You already heard about Zero Trust. That is a fundamental change in our cybersecurity architecture overall. And so everything that I talk about in PEO Cyber could be under the guise or context of Zero Trust. But we are transitioning the department away from JRSS into Thunderdome. Thunderdome is not a single thing. It is, I guess for better or worse, it is the name of a contract vehicle, but it is also the name that we use to say all of the things that we do for Zero Trust for the department. And we have the ICAM program. There are a number of other ICAM providers in the department. We provide the enterprise source of that identity information for everybody in the department. And then PKI is the hardware credential, the token that we talked about before, that provides the identity of the individual that can be used by ICAM to determine whether or not you should have access to systems. But fundamentally, we're trying to change the way the department actually operates as well. So in the bottom left, you see data and analytics. That is all about changing the way our defensive cyber operators and CSSP technicians are able to operate because they have access to more information than they have historically had. So we also in the upper right have some perimeter related functions. And I'm happy to say that as money begins to flow in FY26, the department has resourced us to do some perimeter modernization. And that for me is something I want to protect at all costs, because it means that for maybe 10, 12 years, we have been unable to make significant changes to the defenses at our perimeter. And those are still a real place where we block real threats. And so we have this generational opportunity to change the way that we do things. And we have some opportunities that you see in there. But one thing I want to highlight in that space is we need to make sure that we have agility and we don't get vendor locked in any particular area, because we need to be able to change as the threat evolves around us and as technology marches on as well. And then Roger, I know, is going to talk a lot more about it, but in the space of mission partner environment, this is where sometimes General Stanton calls the things that we do Lego blocks, because we compose them or integrate those Lego blocks to provide that meaningful capability that he discussed this morning to the combatant commands. And so my team, while they're still busy with some of what we call our enterprise responsibilities, that might be ICAM and perimeter functions, we're also trying to bring those things together to provide things like gateways that allow us in the department, as well as our allies and coalition partners, to be able to access things in a very different way than we have before. So it's not so much network centric, it's Zero Trust based on actual data about individuals and the tagging of that data to make sure that we protect the mission that we're putting together. So it's been interesting because if you looked at that mission, that's a growth mission that DISA is taking on, and it's not necessarily coming with a lot of additional people resources right now. So we have some of the same people that have been doing those enterprise capabilities, working on the capabilities for the mission partner environment and other areas as well. But I say that to say, we tell you the context of what's going on from the department's perspective with mission, and you guys need to understand that so that you can tell us what operationally relevant capabilities you would bring to that effort. We may not know about it. If I don't know about it, I can't put it on contract. I can't make it happen. So it's really a back and forth communication, and that's something that I'm committed to. So I will talk to you a little bit about specific opportunities in PEO Cyber, but that's only part of this discussion. The other part of it is here are the things that we need to accomplish. And Zero Trust is a continually evolving capability as well. So next slide. All right, here's the complexity. We're going to go over every detail on this slide. No, actually, I did want to say the word complexity there, because in the Department of Defense, our Department of War's definition of Zero Trust, there are 152 activities to achieve advanced state zero trust. There are 91 to achieve target state. DISA has put together a conglomeration of capabilities that achieve all 152 of those. Is it the best one? Maybe, maybe not. There are always pieces that come in and out of that solution space. And so we need to understand what you bring to the space. The other piece that I want to say, and you can see it a little bit on number 7 on the bottom left there is, and on the bottom right, DoDNet. So Mr. Sajil Ahmed will talk about what we're doing with DoDNet to bring commodity IT to the DAFAs. But that's only part of Zero Trust. So the commodity IT portion of Zero Trust is definitely something that we package up and make available. But I also work with the J9 hosting and compute environment and the cloud providers to make sure that we have the right protections in place in the cloud hosting environment, because the department comes to us as a hosting provider and they expect that hosting to include Zero Trust functions since it's a requirement. So all of this applies to all of our terrain. You got a little piece of that picture of the terrain on those last slides. It's not just PEO Cyber. It's the entire agency that's adopting a change in terms of Zero Trust. And as I mentioned before, it also goes to our J3 and changes the way that they operate. They now have data not just from the perimeter and not just from an intrusion detection system around an application. They have information about users, the enclaves that they're coming from, and all of that provides them some insights that allow them to work faster. And that also includes the ability for us to add in automation into that space as part of Zero Trust. Next slide. So I talked a little bit about some of these things. I mentioned modernizing the perimeter. We are also modernizing the PKI program. So we're trying to leverage cloud technologies to make sure that we can be agile. Why do we have to be agile in the face of PKI? Because the post-quantum threat is coming, it's real, and we have to be able to turn on more frequently shorter duration certificates that allow us to get where we need to go. The middle one in there is enablement of PKI. So every program that needs to adopt PKI needs help to understand it. It's just like adopting ICAM. You have to be able to do something there. And then on the bottom, you'll see ICAM. We are continuing to expand what we do with ICAM. I mentioned the MPE portion of it as well. The complexity of the department having a number of ICAM providers means that we're also federating the solution. The good news in this space, I see that the solutions that are out there are mature enough with APIs and such that it matters little to me about what technical solution that we put in place, but it matters that we make it work in a holistic way for the department and for us and our allied partners. I already mentioned modernize perimeter functions and implement Zero Trust. Some will say that if you have a Zero Trust architecture overall, you don't need the perimeter at all. I think that's probably a little bit unrealistic, at least from what we see happening day in and day out with our adversaries. On the right side, I want to tell you about something that I think is kind of exciting here, and it's the second one, the CDAP, which is our Consolidated Data and Analytics Platform. So we have worked hard to make it a cloud solution that includes the orchestration and automation functions that we've always wanted to have in that space. My goal is to automate 75 to 80% of the things that a defensive cyber operator analyst has to deal with on a regular basis. And so we're changing our team's constitution to be more able to speak to technical programmatic leadership in that space versus having it delivered just by a vendor. So there are a lot of partners that are part of making that work. We'll need more of them over time as well. We're trying to stay aligned with the unified platform as well. And then on the top, I have automated security validation. That's it's a capability that played out as part of the integrated exercise that we did in the spring, that everybody wanted a little bit more of it. But we also have to, it also highlights the place where I say we need interoperability and the ability to not be necessarily vendor locked in that space. we need to get the buying power that the department deserves on those capabilities. Next slide. Okay, one more. One more slide, please. Okay, so you saw that. Go one more. Sorry. Okay, these are the details that'll be probably more valuable for you to look at, but it talks about the timing. We are putting public key enhancement, modernization, and enablement contracts together. We expect to award that about a year from now. The OTA that we had for ICAM will be coming to an end, and a year from now or so, we should be awarding a new contract for that as well. And we want to make sure that it's a holistic look. There's still some pieces of ICAM that, in my opinion, are a little bit too patched together. Next slide. Cloud-based internet isolation is another place where I use that as an example where we have to be able to shift between solutions that are offered. It's a difficult thing sometimes for the department when we're doing things as an enterprise service versus just our own organization. And that is the case for CBII. We have an expectation of an award the end of the third quarter of this fiscal year. And we're also doing, as part of the perimeter modernization, DNS hardening, and that opportunity will be a couple of years down the road, but I think it's a place where it highlights what I would like to do is to have conversations about what you think the perimeter of our defenses, where the DoD cyber terrain meets the internet, what they should look like, what they should consist of, and how we can do that better under the heading of perimeter modernization. Next slide. CMRS, if you're familiar, this is actually not specifically a portfolio anymore. We had endpoint security as a portfolio. As part of the consolidation over the last year, we've absorbed that into the data and analytics platform that we have for all the DCO and CSSP functions. It's really a bunch of endpoint data that gives operational and administrative oversight of the status of our cybersecurity defenses at the endpoint. We realize that it doesn't need to be a standalone system, and it can be brought into our analytics platform and be much more agile and ideally a little bit less expensive than it has been in the past. And then finally, the last one, SCM, Secure Configuration Management, is part of how we get the data cleaned and brought into that CMRS environment so that we understand what it's doing, what it's all about. That's an opportunity, I think, where something like AI could be brought into that space as well. It's a little bit overly complex and manual as it stands currently. And I think with that, is there one more slide? Nope. So up next is Caroline Bean with PEO Services, and thank you for your time. We'll be around. The program offices are out there ready to talk about those opportunities, and I will be available as part of the senior engagement later on this afternoon to talk specifically about your capabilities. Thank you.
Please welcome Ms. Caroline Bean, Director, Program Executive Office Services.
All right, good morning, everyone. I am pumped. Hopefully you guys are pumped. If you're not, you should probably check your pulse. It's been an exciting morning for me. I will tell you that it is a great time to be in DISA, but it's definitely a great time to be supporting the department. And hopefully everything that you're hearing has the same type of theme, because we are all about driving solutions faster for our warfighters. The specific mission for PEO Services is directly tied to DISA's operational reality, and it's basically getting the right capabilities to the right warfighters at the right time, so that way our U.S. and coalition forces can achieve decision superiority over our adversaries. It's not just about delivering technologies. We're delivering operational advantages that enable mission success across all domains. So the department's strategy demands that we modernize faster than our adversaries can adapt. And DISA's infrastructure specifically is mission critical. So network failures means mission failures, and compromised data costs lives. And so that's really what we're talking about. And so we cannot deploy outdated technology against tomorrow's threats, and today's solutions won't work for tomorrow's solutions, right? We've got to adapt as our threat environment changes. So this is why we need strong industry partnerships like yourself, and it's essential for accelerating capability delivery and reducing response times during critical operations. So PO services, we stand ready if you partner with us to accelerate capability through capability delivery that transforms how we equip our warfighters. And how do we do that? We do that by, can you go to the next slide? We do that by accelerating delivery through agile innovation. And it's really about kind of the way that I see it is transforming from requirements-based solutions to solution-based acquisition. So instead of working, you talked about, you heard Mr. Arrington talk about, getting to an 80%, right? It doesn't have to be perfect. So we need to stop trying to make the perfect requirements document that excludes viable solutions, but we will present operational problems to you. And then the challenge that you and our industry partners have is to demonstrate your solutions to us. So the way we embrace this fundamental change is by leveraging more adaptive acquisition models, like the software acquisition pathway, other transaction authorities as our primary acquisition vehicles. Alongside the Procurement Services Directorate and Mr. Packard, we're prioritizing OTAs, JLAs, oral proposals, and flexible IDIQs contracts in order to maximize speed and adaptability. So our focus has shifted from compliance to competition. And again, it's about getting the right 80% solution, the relevant 80% solution, so that way it delivers clear operational values to the mission and our warfighters. Next slide, please. So General Stan and Ms. Arrington clearly laid out our vision this morning. We need to provide a flexible, adaptive, and secure IT environment that can rapidly integrate partners from diverse backgrounds with varying levels of technological capabilities and security protocols. So this requires us, as we think about the services that we provide and the capabilities that we provide, it needs to be modular, interoperable system of systems that can rapidly assemble and reconfigure to meet our evolving mission requirements. So we talked a lot about composable architecture. So the rapid integration of new technologies and capabilities without extensive pre-planning and custom integrations, because we don't have time for that. Making them functionally relevant and to deliver at the precise time of operational need, fully aligned and integrated into our warfighting plans. So our approach, essentially, you heard Dr. Herman talk about the building blocks. And that's exactly what we're doing, is we're standardizing our building blocks. They need to be standard. It will provide that seamless coalition warfare. So integrating, whether we're integrating federal partners or we're integrating coalition forces or diverse security domains, our architecture has to provide that flexibility to stretch for the commanders to be able to quickly leverage new capabilities and then operate with partners regardless of what their existing infrastructure is. So I talked about moving towards beyond traditional development cycles, towards continuous modernization. And so that matches our threat evolution. And our approach really talks specifically with three critical elements that we look for when you bring solutions to us. These are the three critical things that we'll be looking for within your solutions. User-centric development. So user experience is fundamental to the success of any technology. If our systems and our solution sets are difficult to use, the costs will increase. There's going to be adoption rates are going to plummet, and the warfighters are going to become frustrated. So essentially, it becomes a brick. We need to prioritize intuitive design, user-centered workflows, and accessibility. And it means that we have to involve our users, our end users, early on in the development process and often in the design and development phases. We're gathering feedback, conducting usability testing, and iterating based on real-world needs. Our second element is all about integrated security. So DevSecOps, there's a lot of definitions of DevSecOps, but the way that I look at it, it's an operational necessity and it's not an optional enhancement. That means that we have to embed security into every development phase, creating automated monitoring and proactive vulnerability management that protects without slowing our mission execution. So we can no longer treat security as a separate stage at the end of a development cycle. Security has to be integrated into every step. DevSecOps is also about fostering collaboration between our development, our security, and our operations team. So all of them need to work together. And so we need to implement continuous monitoring, addressing vulnerabilities proactively and iteratively. And so we need to build secure code from day one. It's not going to be an afterthought. It needs to be within your solution that you're providing us. And then lastly, agile evolution, continuous integration and continuous delivery pipelines is what enables us to do the frequent capability updates that we have to go through. Deploying new technologies faster than our adversaries can adapt is important. So that whole old waterfall approach, it's with long development cycles and frequent releases, that's no longer viable in the environment that we are in. We have to embrace a culture of continuous improvement, which means that we adopt those agile methodologies, implementing CI/CD pipelines, and automating testing and deployment throughout. So all of these, user experience, DevSecOps, and continuous modernization, are all interconnected. And they mutually reinforce each other. So all of this is what is important when you bring solutions to the table and capabilities to the warfighter. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so what are some of the opportunities that we provide? So we deliver integrated solutions across. So just like Mr. Martin and others have stated, we've put into like capabilities within portfolios. So that's kind of how PEO services and now Spectrum is broken out. You'll see on here business systems, enterprise collaboration, command and control. I'll talk about each one and then how they kind of work together. That fourth portfolio you do not see here because I don't have any opportunities at the moment, but it is under command and control. So it was a really good marriage between the command and control and our C2 systems, providing that common operational picture for our warfighters. It's important to lay over that Spectrum aspect so that way our commanders can make the decisions that they need. So starting off with business systems, you might be thinking, what's the connection to warfighter support? So the answer is that it's fundamental. Right? These aren't just, I'm not talking about back office functions. These systems are critical drivers of digital transformation within DISA. It's the engine that enables us to streamline workflows, empower our data-driven decision-making, and then manage growth effectively. And the results of digital transformation within our business systems is superior customer experience for our warfighters. They can benefit from faster response times, more personalized support, so tailored solutions that meet specifically their needs, and then reliable and efficient services. For the enterprise collaboration portfolio, this is moved to deliver modern integrated IT office solutions, providing our mission partners with a robust suite of voice, video, email, chat, and file sharing capabilities. The solutions enable the seamless real-time communication and collaboration. So it streamlines information access and sharing across geographically dispersed environment. So looking ahead, the collaboration portfolio will be expanding its reach, and we have to provide that secure, so kind of building upon the building blocks of what Zero Trust, and then what you'll hear from Mr. Peczkowski when he comes up and talks about the resiliency and the transport layer. We're building these capabilities so that way we can expand into more secure and seamless collaboration to federal and our foreign coalition partners by navigating and incorporating diverse security domains to ensure the maximum interoperability for all of our participating mission partners. So this is going to be accomplished, again, like on top of the Zero Trust and the transport that you'll hear a little bit later from Mr. Peczkowski. And then finally, our C2 portfolio is pivotal in achieving information superiority on the battlefield. This is where it happens. By providing commanders with vital connectivity to information, these systems are essential for planning, executing, and managing our joint and multinational military operations. So recognizing the need for agile, interoperable, and secure command and control, our FY26 focus really centers on building a repeatable information environment and architecture for our combined commanders. The combined C2 and Spectrum effort is geared toward enabling seamless data sharing regardless of what the location or the partner affiliation is. So we've got to go out to the edge, and regardless of, we may not know who we're fighting with in the future, and so we have to make it extensible so that way we can share information with the right folks at the right time. So these initiatives, like I stated, don't operate in silo. They're interconnected to build a larger strategy to enable effective coalition warfare. So what am I looking for from you all as industry partners? I need partners that are going to understand that operational advantages drive our capability development approach. This means accepting calculated risk, and we talked about that this morning, investing in solutions before the requirements are perfect, and delivering capabilities on timelines that match the threats that we face. We need industry partners like yourselves who can overcome the friction that prevents rapid capability delivery. We have to work collaboratively, not just with us, but also amongst yourself. Accounting for fully burdened costs and proposals, building composable elements, and be postured to work alongside us and coalition partners in a dynamic operational environment. And the next slides, you will have these slides. I won't go into in detail, so you will have a copy of this. Please take a look at what the opportunities are. I won't go into much detail, but what I ask you is that you bring forth innovative ideas, actionable strategies that we can take action on, that specifically address some of the complexities, because it is a complex environment, but we have to solve it and we have to start somewhere. We need partners also that are going to challenge the move at the speed of war. And so we need your solutions, your speed, and your partnership in order to deliver the information superiority that we need and dominance for our warfighters and that they deserve. And so our program managers are outside, and you can go to the next slide too. Our program managers are outside. They can talk to you specifically and get into the details of each of these opportunities that we have. I ask you to go visit with them and ask questions, ask the hard questions. We thank you for your partnership and your commitment to delivering capabilities faster to our warfighters. So thank you.
Everyone, please welcome Mr. Chris Bukowski, Director, Program Executive Office Transport.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Pachkowski, and there's the proper spelling. I love, so a lot of familiar faces, fantastic. They're used to this. For a lot of the new folks, excited you're here. Thank you very much for coming. But the auto spelling incorrect, I've been capturing. There was this Spanikowski, there was Patkowski, Bukowski, Blatarski, Crispy, and Pachkowski. So there you go. That's all captured on the bottom of that. Love it. Again, thank you all for coming. Definitely, I want to take just a quick moment here. Again, I know we did that with the director. Just to thank a DISA legend, Mr. Doug Packard. I'm not sure if he's here still. He should be. But I do want to thank him. He's been a partner, a mentor, and definitely a pioneer. And I didn't understand that pioneer part until just today. Since 6 years ago, when I made, about 6 years ago, I became a senior, Mr. Packard came in, gave the mug, set it down on my desk, thanking me for making senior. I looked at it and I said, "Hey, Doug, this says SES, but I'm a senior technologist. I'm ST." He looked at me, shrugged his shoulders, said 80%, and walked out. So, Doug, thank you, Doug, for being Doug. So, okay, now next slide, please. So, and you've seen this with some of the other PEOs, starting with Mr. Martins as well, the gears. And all the things that my peers have been saying about modularization, speed, all of it, all holds true. I'm going to hit hard on the partnership with integration from the standpoint that this represents PEO transport as one gear. It's not. It's gears of gears. And then as you looked at and you heard Dr. Herman and you heard Ms. Bean and even Mr. Martin and all the other PEOs, these are gears of gears of gears. This has to work together as an ecosystem. So again, just quick summary of this for a lot of the new folks. The core to all of this is on that left side in the middle, and that is the DISN transport. That DISN backbone, the Defense Information Systems Network, backbone and the telecom or teleport, which is the satellite communication gateways, are the heart of it. That's essentially the highway that all things work. As the director and Ms. Arrington and others will continue to say, this is the key to getting the right data to the right place at the right time for decision making. The best decision making. So that is the heart of it, and I'll continue around just at the high level here. Tied to that backbone and the gateway, or to the backbone are the gateways. How do you get off and on that highway securely and rapidly where you need to go? And you'll see the APG, CFG, IAPs. Folks are very familiar with the Internet Access Point. I won't go through all the acronyms. You have it. You can take pictures. You have copies of these slides. This is where we, again, talking the gears and gears. How I am locked arm in arm with Dr. Herman, as he was just explaining a lot of his cyber capabilities. With operations, our J357, how are they making their, again, their job and being able to provide them the right sensing locations. Coupled with that, moving up to the left in the green, that command and control. I call it control. This is really the management suite of providing seamless network operations and essentially the management network to be able to make this whole entire slide and other slides across all of DISA function. That's where you see the global management and then also the management network there. So that is essentially trying to keep our highway running at the appropriate levels that we need to have the warfighter do whatever they want. And ultimately, we want to be like electricity. They don't think about it. It just works. That is really what we're, again, aspire to support. Going over onto the right side, you'll see these are some true combatant command, those COCOM and mission service systems here that have heavy applicability to transport, for doing voice, video, data for critical decision makers. When you see DRSN, SNLC, and DECTEC, those are the heart for decision makers, again, communication systems coupled with other communication systems that I'm sure J6 and others in the department will talk to, but they are interoperable. And how do we able to provide worldwide communication? Going down, and the light blue there, the capability missions, so AISR and ESCMC. These are true warfighting lethality systems. Talked about it, Mr. Martin discussed it, others have as well. These are critical systems used hourly, minutely by our combatant commands and the services. Continuing to develop innovative solutions is absolutely critical for, again, supporting those customers. We have another section of stuff that doesn't get the limelight. It will today, because those are a lot of our capabilities that we're going to have from an opportunity perspective, are those enabling missions and functions. So if you see Mr. Martin properly called out that, and so did Ms. Bean, the PEO spectrum did move over into the C2 domain with Ms. Bean. Some of the engineers did come and were put over on my team to align with some of the spectrum capabilities tied to SATCOM, our gateways, and some policy and procedures. So we'll talk about some of the opportunities, but I do have that under that mission supportive services. The other 4 areas that I'll really kind of hit home on are consolidated provisioning. We touch every single circuit that comes into the DISN. It doesn't matter who you are, our team sits there and works through this, collaborates with all the other components here to be able to operate, to actually activate technology for the warfighter. Behind the scenes as well, our engineering, implementation, and ultimately just some of our programmatic support. Again, 2 of those areas we'll touch on for some of the opportunities. If we go to the next slide, please. Excellent. So this vision slide, it's going to look familiar for folks that have been here. Fundamentally, it has not changed. It is still our primary principles still hold true. No fail, secure, flexible, scalable, seamless modular integration, and cost effective. Pretty simple. Where I challenge the government, I challenge yourselves, are how do we start applying those principles which historically have been on each of the last slide, each of those programs from an individual perspective, but how do we do that cross-cutting? We have to be looking across different programs, and I'll even, so again, this has a multiple layers. If you pick a program like our IP program or our optical program, we have multiple vendors. We have multiple different, again, capability providers. They have to work together. So that's within that one gear. But now when you start taking the optical and now applying it to the IP and then applying it into Red Switch and applying it into the C2 systems with Miss Bean or DoDNet and from a J6 perspective or in the cloud, that all has to work together and to be looking and from that transparency, level of transparency. So our key is a true, again, looking at this slide, a true functionally relevant system of systems incorporating the scope and scale required by the department. Sounds easy, pretty easy to say, but it is complex, and that is the type of folks that we are looking for to be partnered with us to join that team. Another area here that we are continuing to change all of our contracts and to be able to be more inclusive is information transparency. How do we get information and how do we share information from a service provider or from a vendor or an integrator or a product line? So from an operations perspective, we can truly understand and make decisions based on risk of what's out there. So that is, again, going back to the C2, going back into the analytics and going back into my control system, how are we taking all that information and being able to feed that up so we can make the right decision in a more, again, rapid time than our adversaries? Go to the next slide. Yeah, I've got 4 minutes. So go to the next one, please. So as I mentioned before on the gear slide, we have four different I'll call service or function areas that we're having opportunities going out in 26. Majority of these are potentially in early 27 from an award. Based on budget and everything else and trying to work from an accelerator perspective, we're trying to pull all these into 26. So with that, as I mentioned, the EMS, the Spectrum team coming over, we have two different engineering contracts tied into their solution, and we have some their required solutions. Have an additional slide, we'll be able to dive into that a little further. So maybe we do that. Go to the next slide, please. So the first slide, the first EMS is tied into mobile service, and that's for radio frequencies at installations. So our team is I'll say best in the world at understanding and knowing spectrum. How are we able to have this contract, continue to enrich our team to be able to have that, say, critical discussions with installation and being able to support their needs, especially with a more constrained spectrum environment or more congested environment. The second area there, this gets into engineering services for supporting external spectrum developed systems with Department of War, allied, and even national capability providers. This would include robust engineering analysis, risk assessments, policy guidance, measurement services, and interface resolution. Go to the next slide. Third contract that pursuing is the worldwide implementation, integration, and operational transition services for our DISA transport capabilities. We continue to expand, as you saw on the gear slide. We are adding more and more capabilities. but yet it's even more imperative that we have the right implementation in being able to be more effective and efficient as we get to that vision slide. And it's not just my vision slide, but how are we able to be positioned to be able to support all the folks, as transport has to be there for anything else to work. So from that aspect, we have the implementation, integration, and operation turn-up teams. How are we able to incorporate that and expand it across all requests of my team to be out in the field? This would include transport, the gateways, our integrated systems, stuff on that right slide of the gear slide. And to really do this wherever, but more importantly at the speed of relevancy. Gone are the days I need to go out, do a site survey, we'll assess it, come back, look at it, see what we can do, and then go out there when things are happening in real time, and how are we able to execute. And the last contract down there is for enterprise DISA Advanced Engineering and Transport Services contract. This will include expertise to augment or enhance my team with IP, optical, bandwidth, gateways, custom solution program support. All the things that you saw on that left side, that necessarily wasn't truly tied into just strictly SATCOM or Spectrum. This would be more of a general experience requested to help with our DISN backbone. I see this contract here as, again, a critical provider of that vision and that integration requests, as we saw on the last 2 slides ago. So I do have multiple people sitting at tables in the ballroom. They are much smarter than I back Ms. Arrington. There's brilliant people. I've got my folks at those tables. Please don't hesitate to ask questions. They can dive into details. I will also be here, as always, with Meet the Seniors if there's additional questions from that aspect. So turn that over here, but thank you very much for your partnership and for all that you do in supporting our mission. Thank you. Thank you.
They took my microphone away. Doesn't stop me. A couple points that I want to emphasize, realizing that I'm standing between you and lunch. I already ate, so I'm good. Got up early this morning. Was hungry. A couple things. I start off with a story for a second. All right, so in PEO services, we are building a system in order to support decision making. And so we go to the user population that has been using and performing this function for decades. And we ask the users, hey, what does the system need to look like? And they give us all the details, and they tie in with us in terms of building out the system. And guess what the system looks like? The old system. And it wasn't until we engaged with the J3 at the combatant command, who came and visited our headquarters and sat at a whiteboard and said, I realize what the old system did, but really what I need to support decisions is this. Well, guess what? This wasn't written into the requirements document. But this is exactly what the combatant command and all other combatant commands need in order to use that system to make informed decisions in a modern global fight. We need you to ride along with us, because we didn't see that change coming. Combatant command didn't see that change coming. But we have to be responsive to it. We have to deliver what they need, not what the requirement document that was written 5 years ago said. And we have to work together in order to make that happen. It's directly aligned with what the Secretary of War is driving as we modernize our acquisition processes. Talking about security for a second. What do we need to monitor? Well, you have to help us make that decision. I don't know. You design the system. Is it performing the way it's supposed to? What logs need to be generated inside your system to support the follow-on decisions that we need to be able to make? How does your system plug in with other systems in the context of a mission thread so that I can understand how data flows between systems and look at it holistically and make it a determination, are we good or are we not? Further, if we're not good, is it because we're being attacked in cyberspace? Is it a circuit cut? Is it a bad network card in a switch someplace in a closet inside of a building? And I have to be able to answer that quickly. But you have to help us determine and build into the design the right logging infrastructure. How much capacity do those logs take? How much bandwidth do I need in order to move them to a place of aggregation? How voluminous are they? How much space and capacity do I have to? All of these questions are part of that design, build, secure, operate, defend that we need to do together. We won't do any of it by ourselves as DISA. Let's be candid. When something breaks, I call you. And your engineers are the ones that help us figure it out. This concept of teamwork, I must command and control a global network against very aggressive adversaries with an exceedingly difficult, complex, and demanding mission. Which means that I need to see to alongside you so that your engineers are tied in, share our values, the values that everyone in this room understands, and knows why we're building the system and why we're running it and why we need to resolve a problem rapidly. I cannot overemphasize teamwork. I said it last year. Literally, my first full day as the director of DISA was F2I last year. I said, if you sign a contract with us, you're on our team. I'm doubling down. Because a year's worth of experience securing, operating, defending, designing, building our capabilities, it is ever more apparent how we have to work together. Unfortunately, I have to get back to the headquarters this afternoon. But I wanted to take one more opportunity to say thank you for attending. Thank you for your dedication to solving problems that are relevant for our warfighting community. Thank you for partnering with us. And I look forward to sharing our foxhole as we solve real meaningful problems for the warfighting community. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, personnel from DISA's program offices are available until 3 p.m. At this time, the media roundtable will begin in the Duncan Room, and we will break for lunch. We will begin the next session promptly at 1 p.m. Enjoy your lunch, and please be in your seats by 1 for Mr. Roger Greenwell's presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon portion of the program will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you enjoyed your lunch. I'd like to remind you we are still receiving questions via email. If you have a question, please submit it to askdisaf2i@mail.mil. Also, don't forget to have your parking validated by the DISA staff members outside in the registration area. Our next presenter is Mr. Roger Greenwell, Director, Enterprise Integration and Innovation Directorate.
Is it working now? Woohoo! All right, there we go. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Roger Greenwell, the CIO and Director of our Enterprise Integration and Innovation organization. If we can go to the next slide, just want to spend a minute. So what is EII? So again, our job is really, a horizontal support organization to the agency. When you heard Jason Martin talking about acquisition, all the PEOs and the efforts that they're working, we talk about the JDIRs and each of the efforts that the J directorates are working. EII is really that horizontal cross-agency organization that's really focused on building the partnership and working with everyone to, again, bring about integration and innovation capabilities to our entire organization. When you look at the slide here, you'll see that there's some key elements of our function in my mind that stand out. When we talk about, words like leverage, we are looking to bring capabilities across the horizontal aspect of the organization. If we're working with the PEO services folks and we find something good that can then take and be brought into the J6 organization, part of our role in life is to help do that through all of the different pieces that make up the EII organization. And then also, again, leveraging our relationships and partnerships with industry as a whole. Again, partnerships is what's absolutely key to our organization. When we talk about speed up capability, delivery, and cut cost, EII is very much focused on the speed. You've heard, General Stanton this morning talking about bringing about functionally relevant capabilities. He talked about the effort that was driven with, delivery of the initial capability for the Indo-PACOM theater in 72 days. Now, he said 60 days, actually he gave us 30 days, so it was actually at a much faster pace than his expectation. But again, bringing about the initial capability in 72 days was still a very monumental thing, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. We talk about improving enterprise data, improving resilience. Again, improving how we work as an organization is so key and paramount to what EII does, again, across the entire spectrum of the organization. And then standardization, as we think about approaches that we are using in terms of processes around, management of authorizations, as we think about data standards and how we leverage technology, again, bringing standardization through across the entire spectrum of the organization. And then certainly, the testing capabilities that are brought out by the JITC organization, the Joint Interoperability and Test Command. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. If we can go to the next slide, please. Again, one of my perspectives on the organization is really that key statement of shaping the future and opening possibilities. That's really at the heart of what we are looking at, is saying, what can we do? What are the opportunities that we have, again, to deliver functionally relevant capabilities across the organization? You see there 6 different organizations from the Risk Management Directorate focusing on and understanding what we need to be able to operate securely. Is the risk acceptable? If it's not acceptable, what do we need to do to get it acceptable? You know, risk is about managing risk, and we can't always avoid risk, but we have to make sure that, again, those functionally relevant capabilities are truly able to be secured in an acceptable state. The Office of the Chief Data Officer, again, understanding the data standards that we need to employ, working very closely with folks from PEO Cyber and PEO Services as we think about the capabilities that they are bringing to bear, especially with data, especially in the PEO Services arena. The Enterprise Engineering Directorate, again, focusing on performance, automation, user experience. The CIO's office, as we think about privacy, as we think about things like records management, as we look at licensing and efficiencies across the organization. The Emerging Technology Directorate, Steve Wallace and the team that's there are really leading the way with a lot of what I'm going to talk about here in just a minute with some of our MPE or Mission Partner Environment capabilities. And then certainly the Joint Interoperability Test Command. We'll also talk about that a little bit more as we talk about what's happening with the UC APL in the future. But one of the things I really wanted to touch on a little bit, again, is the mission partner environment. You know, this really truly stresses in my mind exactly what EII does as we look broadly across the organization. So again, General Stanton gave us this, you know, charge to look at what do we need to do to deliver a functionally relevant capability, computing capabilities in theater for coalition warfighting operations. And so Steve and his team led the charge to build this, but it wasn't Steve and his team that did it by themselves. They led the charge, but working again across the whole of agency, and that's what makes the EII organization special. You know, when you look at folks like Brian Herman's team who brought about all of the ICAM capabilities. We look at Jeff Marshall's team in the J9 and bringing about the compute environment. Chris Spatchowski's team in the transport for that. Caroline Bean in the services. We have to think about, again, the command and control systems that are being stood up, operating on top of the compute environment that's being stood up, and then how we integrate with things like Palantir and Maven Smart Systems, bringing that data together to bring that functionally relevant operational picture for the combatant commands. So that is key in what we do each and every day, is work again across the whole of the agency. If we can go to the next slide, I want to spend a minute talking about the APL program. We've got so many of our industry partners here today. I think it's worth spending a few minutes on the APL. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the APL program has been around, gosh, since the early 2000s. Basically, the UC, the Unified Capabilities Approved Product List, was really intended to look at those interoperability and security. It started off focused on interoperability, but then also evolved to security requirements. And back when this was started, we didn't have a lot of the standards that we have today in technology. And so a Unified Capabilities Requirements document was built and published, maintained for several years, that basically outlined the requirements for interoperability, and then we added security into it. So again, vendors would go through, bring a capability into the JITC organization, sign up for testing, building a military unique features guide, so that that capability could then be certified, if you will, as interoperable, and then be, brought into operational programs, which would then still need to undergo, the ANA certification, accreditation, or assessment and authorization processes. So we took a hard look at this, probably a year and a half ago, and started asking ourselves, is there a better way to do this? How do we actually bring technology in faster? Because part of the challenge is that, this was actually slowing down, if you will, our abilities to bring new technologies in. So we opted to effectively say, we're going to sunset the APL program, but we're not sunsetting interoperability requirements. We're not sunsetting security requirements. We're just going to go about them a little bit differently. So we made the notification to Congress back in July, and we've signed out the memo across the department that basically outlines how we're going to go about this. So JITC today will continue to finish testing the products that are in their active queue, which will finish up around the 31st of December. And then, the test labs will then be focused on testing products as part of systems that are actually being put together. As we look at the requirements that were out there in the UCR, we realize that many of those are actually based upon really kind of obsolete that's in the UCR today. And really we are driving towards the acceptance of industry standards as the means of, again, modernizing our systems. There are some standards that don't exist today. We think about, some of the things with things like SDN, where, technology has rapidly evolved. The vendor and industry community doesn't have actual published standards. So we have a small team under Steve's organization that's actually working an update of the UCR so that, again, we're really focused on putting the things that are very special requirements or standards don't exist across the broader community, and putting those into play, and so that vendors can then make sure that they're conforming to those standards. Then contractual language will be used. Simply, the requirements that we have today, in many cases that we use with contractual means, we're going to enforce the interoperability requirements through that. From the security configuration side, we're actually going to use our STIGs, Security Technical Implementation Guides. We've had STIGs for a number of years. It just makes sense to build upon that program and use a consistent approach to document the security configuration requirements for each of the different products that we have out there, instead of saying, well, we have a STIG for this and we have a military unique features guide for that. Drive some consistency and drive some efficiency in that process. So that's what we're doing when it comes to the APL. I know some people may still have some questions. I know we've already had a lot of vendors that are already reaching out to our risk management organization about actually building a STIG for their products, and which is absolutely great. People are getting ahead of this. We do have a couple of folks from RME who are here over at the program area. Dave Schultz and Dave McCormick are both here and available to talk to. Also, we have Ed Norwood from DoD CIO, who's also here with us. So again, if you got questions overall about what we're trying to accomplish, or the STIG program, we have people over in the program room that are available to chat with you a little bit about that particular effort as well. So if we can go on from here, the next thing is just acquisition opportunities. I only have a couple of them to brief today. recognizing that, again, a lot of what EII does is we are there to support, again, across the organization as a whole. So when we're putting out contracts, most of the time, they might be support contracts for what we do. But, we are really working in partnership with all of the agency and all the, again, the J directorates, the acquisition PEOs in terms of what they're doing. So you will see that most of the contract actions are actually handled by those organizations, with us being partners to them. I only have two opportunities to kind of briefly discuss. The first one is related to classified mobility. As we look to modernize our endpoint devices and the aspects of using a retransmission device, how those actually work to create a better user experience, achieving better connectivity, especially in a Wi-Fi setting, and making sure that, again, we're setting this up securely, achieving the requirements of the CSFC, Commercial Solutions for Classified Program Office, and ultimately, again, making it convenient and easy for the user to use. So that is over in our EM4 organization. We're estimating that the RFP will come out sometime in the next, I'll say, 2 to 3 months. It is scheduled for second quarter FY26 with a projected award in third quarter of FY26. And then the second opportunity is related to the joint interoperability of tactical command and control systems, or GENTACs. These are the folks that are responsible for a lot of the military standards and the configuration management related to those standards. They are going to be seeking support in terms of cloud-based systems in order to manage those configurations and baselines. So that is within our EM8 organization. Again, along the same lines from the acquisition timelines, it's estimated the RFP will come out in second quarter of FY26 with a projected award in third quarter FY26. So again, that's what I have to share with you all. Hope again you find this valuable. Our folks are over in the program area if you have questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwell. Now everyone, please welcome Mr. Sajil Ahmed, Director, J6 Command Control Communications and Computers Enterprise, the C4E Directorate.
Good afternoon. So hopefully you all had good lunch, and thank you for not leaving. I still see house which is full. Oh, Steve, no, you can't leave. You have to listen to me. So from the title perspective, what's announced, long title. Okay, can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide. So I am the director of J6. What that means, basically, and there's lots of words in here, you could get the slide, you could read it later on. We are responsible for all the end systems which DISA manages on behalf of DISA as an organization and for other DAFAs and other organizations. So basically, any end system out there, my team manages. So that could include unclassified, it could include classified systems. For the past couple of years now, DISA is reorganized, where we consolidated all the end systems into the J6 directorate. So what that means is we took the previous joint service provider, which some of you might have been familiar with. We took that organization, we took a former what's called the FE organization, which was managing DoDNet and the other networks, and JSSC, which is focused on National Military Command Center. We combined those into one organization so that we could have all of end systems management into one place. So we are in the process of implementing the reorganization, not there yet, but we are in the process of working through it. Roger talked about from the CIO perspective on how Roger and his organization looks across the board for DISA and for the solutions. I am one of the beneficiaries of what Roger does. I am the beneficiary of the briefings and what you saw this morning, you heard this morning from Jason Martin. All the programs and the enterprise solutions and everything else, the PEOs are designing and implementing. What Roger and his team is looking at doing as part of the integration. My responsibility is to take all those and provide that to the end user. So I am the last mile, if you look at it that way, for the end user itself. It could be for the local area networks, it could be the global service desk, it could be for the systems itself. For example, 365, that's all my team provides. It is great that we are the front-facing organization for any one of the users. It's good we get to talk to the users. But when some problem happens, as some of you know from before, we take the first arrows. Just comes with the job. Right? General Dominguez, who's sitting over there as he's the vice director of operations, him and his team are the one, if something happens, they are the ones who are the first contact with the users for any of the issues or any of the requirements coming in. Right? Since we are close to the user, we take the requirements and we provide that back to the DISA as the agency itself, so that we could either modify the solutions, create new solutions, fix the issues. So we are the ones who usually take those and then come up with the agency-wide solution. We are also, can you go to the next slide, please? Since we are combining the DoDNet, the former JSP, our mission now is worldwide. This just shows different places in the world we are in today already. We are expanding on, just to give a quick update on DoDNet, we are continuing to implement DoDNet. We are looking at implementing DoDNet to more DAFAs this year. So there's going to be a continuing process. We are also looking at, as we are consolidating all the contracts across the board, to see how we could look at taking advantage of all the different contracts we had in different areas, either consolidate them, eliminate them, come up with the new contracts. So we are in the process of doing that also. So this is for us a evolving, not just the organization itself, but the functions, consolidating the operations, consolidating contracts, consolidating the global service desk support we provide. So this year for us is really from the transition perspective is how we are implementing those functions itself. What that means also is, I know Stanton has talked about that, a couple of other seniors have talked about the teamwork. That becomes essential for us from the teamwork perspective, not just within DISA, but with all of you. As we are looking at DISA J6 as an organization, we have multiple contracts, multiple contractors working on different functional areas in J6. I have talked to many of you since this morning about some area within J6 that you're providing service, which is great, like all the partnership. What we also need help with is not just the partnership with DISA J6, but partnership between the companies, between the contractors. That becomes key for J6 to make sure that we are providing the support to the folks who are doing the mission. If you have that many contractors, if you have that many contracts, if you that many functions which are being supported, it becomes essential that, okay, that partnership between the contractors themselves is needed to make sure we are successful. Just a quick example, in the operation centers we have, in the operation center in the Pentagon, we have at least 4 different contractors in there, 4 different contracts, or more than 4 contracts, providing service, providing a piece of the operation. If something goes wrong, there is issues. We are in the operational world. There's always something going on. If something is there, we need help for all those different contracts and contractors to work together as one team so we could resolve the issue as quickly as possible. That's something as we are looking across all of the mission support itself, this is one of the areas I need help in. From all of you, I know with multiple contracts, just need help with that. All right, can you go next slide, please? Okay, from the acquisition opportunities, we have we already have some contracts already on the street, but we have few of them coming coming this year. What I would like to do is to ask Ms. Brittany Bookout, who works the contracts for DISA J6, to join me over here to talk about the contracts itself. So, Brittany.
Good afternoon, all. So as Mr. Ahmed said, we are looking across the J6 to consolidate functions and contracts in order to have more efficiencies across the J6. We have 5 opportunities we're going to talk about today, and one that is not on this slide, but I think a lot of industry is interested in the model contract. That one just got an extension. If you haven't seen your email, proposals are due on Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. Central Time. And then moving into all of these requirements, these next 5 requirements, they are all small business set-asides coming up in the next couple quarters for award this year. These are a couple contracts that are supporting just the legacy JSP mission set, which is first our enterprise collaboration services. So that is helping with the management, the content management of Nipper and Sipper SharePoint in the legacy JSP space. Moving on to the next contract, this is also a contract that supports the legacy JSP when it comes to projects. So whether that is an application upgrade or imaging of a server, all of these projects are in support of not only the J6 Pentagon legacy JSP, but also its customers as well, providing those services. There's approximately 60 projects a year that is done through this contract in support of the J6 and its customer base. And it also supports some of one of our classified programs in the Pentagon as well. Next slide, please. These 3 contracts are the start of that consolidation that is going to be supporting across the entirety of the J6. First is support to us within the J6 and our security team. So this is a consolidated service for all J6 security functions across all of the different programs that are within the J6. And then the next contract is to support our audio-visual capabilities. This is across the J6 when we are LCRing a conference room or standing up a new conference room, whether that is on DoDNet or on the Pentagon network. We will be looking for support to be able to procure that audio-visual equipment and then also to be able to install that equipment across the different areas that DoDNet and J6 Pentagon support. Lastly, I think everyone's heard of the DoDNet catalog or the Fourth Estate catalog. That is coming to an end, and we will be recompeting that, looking across all of J6 and finding those common IT end user equipment, peripherals, networking equipment that we can put on a catalog that is going to support the entirety of the J6 mission. And that is all I have.
All right. Thanks, Brittany. So as I mentioned, I think some of the contracts as they're coming up, we're looking at starting to integrate that across the J6 organization itself. Our customer base includes DISA as a service provider. DISA, actually, Mr. Greenwell is one of my customers, along with other DAFAs and within the Pentagon itself with OSD and Joint Staff and others over there. I know Ms. Bookout and her team is out in the program area. So if you have any questions or the details, please see them. They'll be over there for the rest of the afternoon. Again, thank you for your partnership and looking forward to talk to you all. Thanks.
Thank you both. Please welcome our next speaker, Mr. Byron Stevenson, Vice Director, J9, Hosting and Compute Directorate.
Can we go to the next slide? So J9, we deliver and develop flexible, scalable, secure hybrid cloud solutions that are for the hybrid cloud solutions and professional services to give our warfighters a decisive technological edge. We partner with industry to modernize and transform warfighter mission success through superior data capabilities and technological advancements. So how are we doing that? We have recently shifted to 4 portfolios. I'm going to walk through those in a little bit. We are organizing ourselves around these 4 core portfolios: hybrid cloud services, professional services, customer care, and core platform services. The heart of these portfolios is our unwavering customer service commitment. We are trying to provide the right solution for the right purpose in the right location. We do not offer a one-size-fits-all. We try to do tailored hybrid cloud solutions to meet our mission readiness requirements of the warfighter. Whether the strategic partner needs to leverage our DISA's globally dispersed data centers, or a private cloud solution, or a commercial cloud offering, we focus on delivering whatever is the need that they need to have delivered. Can we go to the next slide? So we have recently shifted to trying to put our portfolio into 4 portfolios. Similar to the way Mr. Martin has said, a lot of the organizations have been portfolio aligned. We are going to a portfolio alignment also. The first one is the hybrid cloud services. It's our strategic foundation. It is the main portfolio for external offerings that strategic partners will be able to order. In it are things that are very familiar for people to hear: hosting, enterprise storage, mainframe, x86 cloud hosting, Stratus, Olympus, JWCC, and Joe. So we are trying to align all of our externally facing offerings into our hybrid cloud services strategic portfolio. We're going to also be providing professional services. That's where we're going to provide tactical expertise. This is where we have our skilled technical depth of staff that will be working across servers, databases, applications, and platforms to provide a stable foundation, often challenged by shifting capabilities and technology. Our professional service teams ensure consistent operational excellence. They are embedded with the strategic partners' mission environments and deliver configuration, optimization, troubleshooting, and lifecycle management. Supporting all of our capabilities is, of course, service support portfolio. This is the anchoring of our J9 mission capabilities. It has the behind-the-scenes capabilities such as the BCAP, data analytics, the physical infrastructures of our data centers, data center management, infrastructure as service, VDI solutions, all of those behind-the-scenes capabilities that the other capabilities are driven across. And then the last thing that we are focused on is customer care. Many of you know we have a cloud broker office. They serve as the trusted front door for as an enduring ally for all of our customer engagements. They provide customer care to develop a solution that meets the customer's requirements. They provide proactive relationships, tailored technical solutions, and provide ongoing guidance whenever requested. Let's go to the next slide. So I have 11 opportunities that I'm going to go through. So the first one, JWCC Next. This is the follow-on to the JWCC contract. It is anticipated to be awarded in the third quarter of FY27. We have collected requirements from the services and agencies that it was done through a DOW CIO engagement with all of the services to have representatives provide requirements. We are also looking at getting technical support for the JWCC Engineering and Program Office. We will be looking for some technical support in support of ADAT and the DISA Acquisition Package Preparation System. GCDS 3 is looking for an award in first quarter of FY27. And then we will also request technical support for Infrastructure as Code program. Next slide. In support of our traditional hosting, we have Capacity Services Communications CSC 3. That will be third quarter of FY26. Storage Capacity Services, ESS 4, will be second quarter FY27. And then our Unisys Operation Systems as a contract that's anticipated to be awarded in first quarter of FY27. Next slide. We will be looking for technical support for our cloud orchestration system administration support. We will be looking to get an award for what we're calling Reforged, is to modernize our mainframe applications in first quarter of FY26. We are also looking for mainframe software licensing support in fourth quarter of FY26. And then our last opportunity is cyber vulnerability management, technical support to our cyber capabilities that are ensuring we have zero trust capability on our environments. So with that, I would like to recognize that the critical role our industry partners play in enabling our partner mission success. We are actively seeking innovative solutions that enhance data accessibility, usability, and security. We encourage you to explore opportunities to collaborate with us on critical initiatives and demonstration of solutions that either accelerate or adopt modern capabilities such as ML and AI, enable FinOps solutions to provide transparent pricing or empower strategic partners to manage their optimized workload, deliver greater cloud efficiencies or enhanced capabilities, or offer more flexible options for optimizing cloud service. Provide competitive cloud features and solutions maximizing the value of investments. We deeply value your partnership and look forward to continuing collaboration. Thank you for your engagement and for being a vital part of how we deliver our critical capabilities to the warfighter.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Now please welcome our final presenter for the day, Ms. Carlin Kapanos, Director, Office of Small Business Programs.
The only thing worse than being last is if I were right before lunch. All right, folks. My name's Carlin Kapanos. I am DISA's Director of the Office of Small Business Programs. I'm also a diehard Steelers fan, so I had a good day yesterday. All right, so today I'm going to talk about three different things. I'm going to talk a little bit about our FY25 program overview and our achievements. I'm going to talk a little bit about some changes that are happening in FAR Part 19 and tell you a little bit about what hasn't changed. And then I'm going to get on my soapbox for a couple minutes. But let's go ahead and get started, and let's look back on FY25. So a couple things that I want to remind folks, and you heard Mr. Packard say it publicly, and hoping that his predecessor will continue with the DISA small business friendly perspective. Our DISA Small Business First policy is codified in our DISA acquisition supplement, our DARS. And it says that every requirement that comes through DISA for execution is automatically included in the small business program unless and until market research bears that small business cannot execute that requirement. That's our policy right now, and I hope that will be our policy going forward. But that's where we were last year, and that's where we are right now until anything changes. I put down in there just a notion of what we've done over the last decade directly for small business contracts. Over $15 billion have been awarded directly to our small business partners in this room and throughout the world. That is over almost 27% of the dollars over the last decade have been awarded to small business. So with that, you know what a vital part of our community you are, playing nicely in our sandbox with all the other folks in our sandbox. We rely on you, we need you, and we will continue to need you despite what I'm going to say in my upcoming slides. Okay, so the FY26 goals. I'm just guessing here based on some more requirements coming in, our denominator getting bigger. We may see our percentage go down, whether we're going to have a single small business goal, whether that's the statutory 23% across the board, whether we have socioeconomic targets and requirements to monitor and report, depending upon how you're reading the FAR override and some of the congressional budgets that are going through. TBD, we'll see. Regardless, again, reflecting back to DISA small business policy at this moment. And then down in the bottom corner, you can see that we were green. We met or exceeded 4 of our 5 goals last year regarding our prime contracting to small businesses. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so the changes that are coming down, are they good, or are they bad, or are they just really still unknown? So click, good or bad, click. It depends upon your vantage point. You can have the final click on that slide. So a lot of the things that we're going to talk about in the next coming slides and on my little soapbox I'm going to get on, whether these changes coming down are good or bad may depend upon where you sit, how you're looking at it, how you've done business in the past, how you're postured to do business in the future. So what may be a change that the guy sitting next to you says, woohoo, this is awesome, this is going to be great for us. The person sitting next to you might be going, oh, holy crap. So the good news is we have some time to figure out whether it's good, bad, or TBD. All right, so the next slide. Let's go ahead and break them down. All right, so some of this may not be news to you with the postponement of the forecast industry, some updated thresholds that may or may not impact you. Micro purchase threshold increased to 15K, SAT to 350. Subcontracting plan requirements have increased to 900K. Direct awards to 8A's, WOSB's hub zones increased to 5.5, while the SDV OSB increased to 5 million. Don't ask me why, I don't know. Okay, next slide. A couple changes that may impact us going forward and how we execute from the SBA standpoint. They have done their 5-year look across the board at the size standards and the NAICS codes and have proposed increases to 263 of the NAICS codes and decreases to none of them. They have revamped their dynamic small business search into just small business search, a much smoother platform. Looks nice, a lot of the same information, just faster to get what you're looking for. And then they've taken ownership of the subnet for subcontracting opportunities. If you're just wanting to look for subcontracting opportunities, you can look without having to have an account. If you're posting subcontracting opportunities, you will need to register in that subnet system to publish your requirements or your opportunities. Next slide, please. All right, so the changes to FAR Part 19. The overarching changes is really in the format of it. It used to be broken down in all different parts of it. Now they've kind of regrouped it into pre-solicitation, evaluation and award, post-award. They have kept the rule of two, sort of. And remember, these are all the FAR overhaul. These are not ineffective today, and they're not necessarily finalized, but probably pretty close to what they've written is what will be implemented. When I say FAR Part, or the part rule of two, those of you who had been tracking FAR Part 19 know that there had been a lot of consternation about really getting rid of almost everything in FAR Part 19. We'll talk about that a little later on, not quite as bad. But the rule of two survived, basically saying that if it's over the micro purchase threshold, we're still going to have to do it. The confusion, depending on how you're reading it, the rule of two, if two or more small businesses can execute the work, we shall set it aside. In some elements, we still shall set it aside. Where they've changed it is if we're using a federal supply schedule or a GWAC, then it could. They're giving the discretion to the contracting officer, and if they don't set it aside, it's not protestable anymore. So depending upon your side of the fence, we've heard some people go, well, we'll protest that, we'll take it to court. So that may be shifting, but that's where we are right now. The other part that's in there is that a really big change. The current FAR says if you've met the rule of two, can you further set it aside for a socioeconomic category, and that we shall be looking at that before we do a plain vanilla set aside. The FAR rewrite says the opposite. If two or more can do it, you should set it aside, but just at the small business level and not at the further socioeconomic. So before it was kind of precedence that setting aside for 8A or hub zone or women-owned was a priority. Now they're saying it's not. A plain small business set aside is the preference for it. And then the 8A, the automatic release from the 8A program if the follow-on contract is another socioeconomic set-aside. So if we have an 8A requirement, but we're going to do a hub zone set-aside, we don't have to go back to the SBA, according to the FAR rewrite, to get it removed from the program. Now, I've been in meetings with the SBA, and they're like, oh, we didn't say that. We didn't agree with that. That's not statutory. That's not how we interpret it. So the SBA has seen some of these FAR rewrites and has expressed that they don't agree with it, so time will tell, and we'll see how it goes. But that's how it's currently written. Now, I say that with well, if you're going to put in a socioeconomic category, then you don't have to go to it. But then we see the other part of the FAR that says, no, you should just do small business set-aside. So how all of this comes down, I think it just gives the contracting officer more discretion to look at the market research and say what makes sense. If we put it out as a small business set-aside, we're going to get 3650 offers, and we don't have time to evaluate all of that. That might not be a good decision, but if we keep it in the 8A program, maybe we'll only get 10 or 15, but wow, we have some really solid hub zones. So it leaves more discretion, which the takeaway for those of you in the audience, if you're still relying on these set-asides by the time I get to the end of my slides, you're going to really want to make sure that you're conveying that information back to the contracting officers with their sources sought notice and their market research to let them know who you are, how great you can do it, and the options that they have available to them to use their discretion. All right. So, and they've eliminated the re-verification of business size at the order level. Before it was at their discretion that they can ask you to say, are you still a small business when you're doing task orders? Now they're saying, no, you don't have to do that at all. All right, before we move on to the slide, let's talk about a couple other changes in FAR 19 that have come down. So I will say the rumors that we heard going into it was that FAR Part 19 was going to be decimated, that it was going to be even smaller and shorter than FAR Part 10 when it came out. There were a lot of us that were really alarmed about it, but it turned out that it really wasn't that bad. We went from, like, if you take it and put it in a Word document, from 74 pages down to 51 pages. So there's still a lot of stuff that's in there, including that all of the socioeconomic categories are still in there. We had heard they may be going away, there may be none of those. Depending upon what you read and how far you want to dig into what the intent is that's coming down, they may be going away altogether. There's a lot of challenges in court, whether some of these are constitutional. But as of right now, they all survived and they're all in there. But again, reiterating the fact that they've eliminated that the priority of the socioeconomic categories ahead of a small business category. The always 8A, once an 8A, always an 8A is eliminated. We talked about that. And again, we'll see how that plays out in the big scheme of things. And that is something, the 8A program, those of you who have grown up and through it or in it now, that can have some really big implications to how you do business or how you were doing business. And again, is this a good thing that we're letting the other socioeconomic categories have the chances versus once an 8A? It again depends upon your perspective. If you just got into the 8A program, you're like, holy crap, this was great. But if you've graduated from it and you're like, oh good, maybe I can still compete for the incumbent work that I have. Okay. Rule of 2, again, the good news is it did survive, it's in there. Contracting officers can use their discretion to set aside orders under the threshold. The FAR overhaul had clarity that the rule of 2 does not apply to orders under multiple work contracts and federal supply schedules. But going back to slide 2 of this presentation, DISA, we always look first, can small business do it? If they can, then we will set it aside. Recertification, remove that language requiring it. So if you're a business who has grown into a large business but still has small business GWACs and multiple work contracts and IDIQs, you still have the ability to compete on those without having to recertify if a contracting officer is asking you for that. The other thing that's within and throughout FAR 19 is the SBA's role in federal contracting. They've really diminished some of their abilities to influence the acquisitions that we do. Again, is that good or is that bad? It depends upon your perspective. And it depends upon what they were challenging or what they weren't challenging. That's one of those, I'm thinking they're looking at it from a streamlining effect. We've always had the ability with the SBA, if we were setting something aside, we didn't have to go to them for their concurrence. It was only the stuff that was not set aside. So we've had some of the streamlining things that we've already negotiated with the SBA that are part of the changes in the FAR. But again, they've read some of the stuff and haven't agreed to it, so we'll see how that all plays out. And, you know, really on the 8A program, that sometimes we would have discussions on us wanting to take a piece that was in the 8A program and move it over where it better fits. And having those discussions, sometimes doing the smart, efficient thing, especially after we've done one of our reorgs and running into that, no, you have to keep it in there. So we kind of look at it as a good thing that we have more ability within DISA to make the smart decisions that make sense for how we're executing our mission for our warfighters. All right, the next slide. So I had a slide in here to talk a little bit about CMMC, but then contracting said, no, we're going to talk about CMMC. Sam was going to talk about it afterwards. Because CMMC obviously affects all of contracting, not small businesses. I did want to throw this one resource in. This was a newer resource for me that really helps kind of explain and go the step by step. If you're kind of new to what the process is and should be, well, it's free. I mean, anybody can read it. You don't have to be just a small business. But just a reminder that all the CMMC started becoming effective last month. I'm not going to say any more about it because, we're on a good news story. Also a little bit out of my lane, but if you have questions or concerns from a small business standpoint, you can email us and we can have a conversation about that. Okay, so let's talk about what hasn't changed. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is small business friendly. Small business first policy has not changed. DISA 101 small business orientations, we continue to offer monthly sessions via Teams for anybody. I mean, they're focused on businesses, they're focused on small businesses who are new to DISA or even just businesses that are new to DISA. And if you want a refresher course, you have new people, anybody can sign up and listen to it. And we go through about 50 slides of all the information of contractors new to DISA, what they need to know to get started, where to get information, what kind of contracts we use, how to influence the acquisition decision, just all those questions that people that are coming into our space ask about the contracting piece of it. The technical side of it, I'm deer in the headlight looks when it comes to that stuff. So it isn't a technical one, but we give resources and avenues if you want to do a technical evaluation meeting and that kind of stuff going forward. So that's still available. DISA's forecasts are updated quarterly on the DISA.mil website. If you haven't seen the FY26 quarter one, it's out and available. If you can't find it on our website, we're happy to email it to you. Our office, every month, we have published on the DISA.mil website right next to the forecast the acquisition decision documents. When we make a decision that has publicly available information, that it's going to be this requirement, it's going to be this kind of set aside or not, here's the contract vehicle, here's about when the solicitation's coming out. We post that monthly. You can either go out and look for it, or if you want to sign up for our distro list, when we publish it, we'll send it out to you and you can click on it. And now it's even in an Excel spreadsheet for you. That has not changed. And our office hasn't changed. We've gotten a little bit smaller. So the next slide, I will roll into who we are. I will tell you that we are lovely and we are delightful. I will tell you that we answer every email that comes in to us, except from some guy named Scott Kilroy, for some reason can get past our junk email and just always comes in. But we do answer the emails. We get a lot of emails that may not even be for us, but we will do our best to get you an answer, track down an answer for you, or push you in a direction of somebody that can answer your question. Okay. Then we'll move to the next slide, but before we get into some questions and answers that I would be happy to try to answer, I just want to kind of get on my soapbox for a little bit. When I started working on this speech, I thought, well, let's really go into a deep dive into the FAR 19 overhaul and how it's going to affect small business and how DISA does our contracting. And I was reading a bunch of articles and I came across this one from this guy named Joshua Frank. It was on LinkedIn and he had 8 pages worth of his analysis and his commentary. And one thing that he said in there that kind of was like, oh, wait a minute, that really resonates with me, and it's something I want to share with you. Since I have my soapbox, I can get onto up here. And it's that hope is not a strategy. In his 8 pages of documentation and commentary, he said, hope is not a strategy. You need to pivot now. Stop focusing on your socioeconomic certifications and focus on your business fundamentals. He said, the government is not pro-small business and it's not anti-small business. It's pro-business. and that the set-asides violate the doctrine of a free market economy. He goes, so when I'm looking at that, you know, like, what do we do now? What do you guys need to do now that are small businesses? So I asked you in the audience, and I can see some of you, but how many of you in this audience have won a contract at DISA or anywhere else as a women-owned small business? Raise your hands. We don't do women-owned set-asides? Okay. How many of you have won it have won 8A contracts? Service disabled? Okay. But did you? Did you win a government contract because you have a certification? Or did you win it because you're a great company? Did you win it because you do great work? Or at a minimum, did you win it because you had the best proposal of the bunch? I promise you, with maybe the exception of 8A direct awards, you're not winning contracts at DISA because of a certification. You might have had smaller competition, but you still didn't win it because you had a certification. But even if you did, now might be the time that you think about pivoting or rebranding or rethinking or adjusting. But if you've always looked at being the best business that you can, maybe you don't actually need to do anything at all with the changes coming down. The entire government infrastructure is undergoing transformation. Mr. Packard, even unbeknownst to my using this word, he defined it for us, dramatic change. It's changing. And if you don't adapt, adjust, your company may go out of business or may have a smaller share than you had. Is the government contracting world on fire? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. But here's what I do know, is that for years and years, many of us who've been in this business for a long, long, long time, and I have been here a long, long, long time, and I've been in the acquisition space, we've known, and if y'all really admit it, we've known that something had to change, that the way that we've always done business is not smart in today's landscape. So something had to give. And boy, did it give. It gave way. And so right now, we need to remember that these changes are purposeful. These changes are with the intent of being better, faster, stronger. These changes are made to protect the life that we live. And so these changes might be good. They might even be great. Right now, they're just uncomfortable. It's chaotic. We don't know a lot of the answers, but I need you to hang on with us and ride this tide with us. Because here's the thing, as we were going through all the rewrites of the FAR parts, we kept waiting for FAR Part 19. We had heard that it was like going to decimate everything. And it turns out that it wasn't actually that bad. When you're looking at the socioeconomic categories were all left intact. But what I will say to you right now is if you have relied on the certifications that your company has, that they've earned, that they're entitled to, that they have, if you've relied on those advantages, okay, you now have time because they're still there. You can use them. But you might want to start thinking about what do I need to do to position myself in the future where we may only have small business set-asides or we may have no small business. I'm not saying that is, I think we will always have small business set-asides. But you need to be prepared to be the best company that you can to be competitive. All right, so now might be a good time. So back to this article from this Joshua Frank, who I've never met, but wrote a really great article and analysis. The one thing that he said is that small business contractors don't win contracts from certifications. They win contracts because they're strong businesses who have smart owners and they hire smart employees. That they know how to position themselves, they know how to respond to solicitations, they know how to price, they know how to perform on contracts, And we heard Katie Arrington say it this morning, they're going to make mistakes. But you learn from them and you move on quickly. You get out from behind your computer and you build relationships. You don't act like or operate as a small business. You act and operate as a business. That you don't rely on your past performance. You rely on communicating the value you add with the problems that you can solve. You've heard that all day long. We're looking for solutions. You now have to communicate that you have the right solutions for us. Smart businesses are diversifying. They're including moving into the private sector. They're mitigating risk by offering new service and product lines. Remembering that the overall environment will continue to remain unclear and the chaos will continue as the government streamlines and stabilizes. You also need to remember that those of us with our boots on the ground, we are getting the information at the same time that you are, with the same information as you are. And we're all trying to figure this out together. For DISA requirements, I hope you've taken a lot of notes on different things that you've heard today, from the very first speaker to me. And I hope that you can take those things that you've learned and communicate those things in your proposals. And if you do that, I think that you can have a competitive advantage, remembering that DISA's mission is to get the right data to the right place at the right time so our U.S. commanders can make better and faster decisions than our enemies. And that when you sign a contract with DISA, you are not an external vendor delivering products. You become part of our team and you share the responsibility for national security mission success. We need you, and we thank you. And with that, I will open it up if anybody has any questions for me.
You mentioned not recertifying at the order level. What about at the end of the base period?
So this is talking just about orders. If you have the recertification part at the 5 years, that remained in the FAR rewrite, I think. Two different things.
So I'm going to use an analogy because there's been a lot of analogies used today. If you are on two sides of the Grand Canyon, on the south side you have the usual socioeconomic, the usual socioeconomic folks, small, HUD zone, 8A, whatever, what have you. And on the north side, you have the usual suspects from the large business systems that are greater community. And you're Evel Knievel, and you want to get to the other side, and you hope you have enough thrust vector, and you're halfway across the Grand Canyon. It used to be, and I'm dating myself just a little bit, that there was the 1500 NAICS code standard, and the government would issue solicitations within that realm. But these days, there is no mid-tier, and for those of us who find themselves as awkward teenagers trying to grow your business to the other side, and I think that we have a lot to offer because we're struggling to make it. And the largest, there's been a theme here from the speakers that they have a lot to contribute to the government and the service industry. Is there going to be any thinking towards opening up that creating some kind of bridge between those really savvy, smart, small businesses who, as you said, did hard programs, want hard programs, but you need a little help to get to the other side?
Okay, did everybody hear the question? Okay. The short version of his question is the federal government looking at a mid-tier type contract? You have small businesses, you have everybody else, and those that are successful and grow out of it, where's their space? And sadly, there isn't one. You either learn to play with the big boys or work hard with the small boys. There is no thought in anything that I've seen on having anything for the mid-tier companies. Sorry. All right, well, thank you all for coming. I think I'm the last one, so I'm going to turn it back to our MC.
Thank you, Ms. Kapanos. At this time, we will pause for a brief break. Starting at 2:30, we will begin our Meet the Seniors session.
Check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Yeah, that's
introduce Miss Arrington, all right? So you can scratch that part out.
But at 9, instead of introducing Sam Kelly, am I introducing Mr. Packard?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Good to go.
Take your seats. The event's about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The presentation is about to begin.
Well, that'll fire you up, won't it? Fires me up. I tell you what, it's freezing outside. It is not freezing in here. You're welcome. Yes, ma'am. Hey, welcome to our forecasting industry. It is really bright in the lights up here. I cannot see any of your faces, but that's okay. So I'm just going to roll with it. I can't play off of audience feedback because I literally can't see you. Hey, welcome. Welcome to Towson, Maryland. Thank you for adjusting your schedules. This session is really meaningful for DISA as a combat support agency, for us to be able to explain the direction that we're headed. We've got a fantastic agenda today. You'll hear from the DISA leadership. You'll have the opportunity to talk to our program managers. You'll have an opportunity to interact directly with the leaders. And that's meaningful. It's meaningful that you're here in person, another 1,000 plus online joining us, but it really does mean a lot to we as the Department of War that you adjusted your schedules and made it here in December. We do have a fantastic agenda. My responsibility is to just warm up the crowd for my boss, Miss Arrington, who will join us in a minute. She and I have an amazing responsibility to drive the initiatives of the Secretary of War. As the CIO, she does what I refer to as the blocking and tackling, setting the conditions such that DISA can implement and drive the actual implementation of our solutions. If you saw the words that flashed in that video, readiness, campaigning, continuous modernization, and establishing lethality, those are the 4 priorities that I set for the agency about a year ago. We're a year into driving what that means. If I sum it up, it is delivering functionally relevant capability to our warfighting community. Functionally relevant capability at the time and place and need of our combatant commands, our principal warfighting organizations. Functionally relevant capability means that I do not hand Admiral Paparo a widget, but rather a fully integrated system of systems that solves a meaningful problem for the commander and his warfighting requirements. It does me no good to deliver a software solution if we don't have the underlying data transport, data fabric, security, compute and store architecture in order to make that software component relevant. If the J3 at a combatant command is attempting to establish situational understanding so that the J3 can inform the commander and make recommendations about the decisions, all of those pieces have to be put together. You have to be sensing, sensors in the right spot, moving the data to the right place at the right time. You have to have the compute architecture prepared to do something analytically relevant to present the information in a meaningful way. If you haven't put all of those systems together, you're not delivering functionally relevant capability. Tying it together is critically important. It must be done at the time and place and need of the warfighting community. It does us no good as a combat support agency to drop new capability into theater if it is not aligned with the commander's plan. What functionally relevant capability does the commander need? And when? And how do you integrate its delivery into the exercise and campaign cycle of the warfighting community? That's our responsibility as a combat support agency, as DISA. And where you come into play is providing all of the insight and all of the components that need to be put together in a meaningful way to then present that functionally relevant capability. In order for us to get there, we, as DISA, can't do it without everyone that's in this room. In order for us to get there, we have to drive a relevant relationship in order to deliver the capability. You must work with us directly. You must work with each other. Think about the case that I was presenting, decision support capability on the operations floor of a combatant command headquarters. There's not one single organization in this room that can deliver that entirely. Got to have a data center, got to have the compute and store capabilities, I have to have undersea cables, I have to have a PACE plan with SATCOM capabilities, I have to have the software solution, I have to have a data fabric that's pulling the data together in a meaningful way. We have to work together in order to drive that solution. And increasingly relevant is embedding so that we meet the time and place and need of the warfighting community. If the solution that we're presenting isn't solving the warfighter's problem, then we shouldn't be focused on it. Our priorities are driven by the demand signal of the warfighter. We are all familiar with the fog and friction of war. It might change. The means by which we deliver that functionally relevant capability in a time of continuous modernization when the enemy has a vote is by working together. When we're in the same foxhole, the improvements that we're making are directly tied to one another, to our mutual benefit. But it requires us to overcome the friction, you with each other, and certainly alongside DISA as the combat support agency. If it is an inherently joint partner or enterprise scale capability, then it's our responsibility as DISA to present it to the Department of War. And that requires DISA to integrate the solutions that each one of you provide and present. We must account for all of the .mil PFP implications: doctrine, organization, training, material, leadership, people, facilities, and policy. There's a reason why that horrible acronym exists. Because it helps us think comprehensively about all of the challenges at once. It does us no good to present that functionally relevant capability if we don't have trained users that know how to put it into action. If we haven't thought about the organizational construct necessary to secure, operate, and defend that capability. Where are we going to drop it? Do we have the facility? When was the last time that the fiber cables inside of the building were upgraded? Well, can they handle the bandwidth requirements? All of these questions have to be integrated together so that we account for a fully burdened cost of delivering the functionally relevant capability, and that as we drop it into the time and place of execution of a combatant command, that it is fully integrated. Not just moving data, but users that are operating it alongside the warfighting requirement. That's the mindset. But we as DISA will never get there without working directly with you. But the mindset, our collective mindset, must be deliver functionally relevant capability to the combatant command. Not exclusively combatant command, but they're the principal warfighting organizations of the Secretary of War and Department of War's requirements. That's where we're prioritized. That's where we're focused. So help us get there. We'll spend quite a bit of time today talking about some of our initiatives, talking about some of our requirements, talking about some of the how to drive the solutions. The agency's leadership is in the room, they're in the building. Our PMs are set up to have meaningful, engaged conversations with you so that we can drive towards our collective and mutually supporting goals of supporting the Department of War's requirements to get the right data to the right place at the right time to make a better and faster decision than the enemy. That's why we're here. We, as DISA, can't do it, can't execute, if we don't have the conditions set and the blocking and tackling performed so that we can focus on designing, delivering, and securing, operating, and defending the capability. And our department's CIO has the responsibility to drive that on our behalf. No better person to do that than Miss Katie Arrington, who is a force of nature to drive outcomes, uncompromising in her approach to get us to where we need to be on time schedules that are unprecedented, helping us deliver results. It is my great pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for our forecast to industry today, Ms. Katie Arrington, my boss. Ma'am.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Can they hear me? My mic on? Oh, hey, listen. You guys don't know this, but I knew him when he was a 1-star, and he hasn't grown since then. And I would say the two most passionate people in the building are both under 6'5". Right, there you go. I love you, I love you, I love you. So good morning, everybody. Morning. Do you know why I love to watch General Stanton speak? Number one, the height thing is always going to be one of my best busts on him. And you're right, Paul, you can't see anybody. The man never needs a note card. You never worry. You know, I've been to so many events and conferences where everybody's looking at the thing and they're reading and they're going. And Paul and I, it comes from here. It's in our gut. And I don't look at me as his boss. It's kind of the reverse. When I first came into the spot, the first speaking engagement I had was with General Stanton. And as I'm leaving this job, going to another job, I'm honored and privileged that I get to hang out with him one more time. But the things that we're doing, the things that industry is doing, I'm going to do my thing because you know I'm a Katie. The things that are critical to this nation are up to you. And if you don't do them right, then the warfighter doesn't win, and we don't win as Americans. And I don't know about you. How many people have heard me speak before? Raise your hand. Damn, okay. How many of you have learned Mandarin over the past year? Awesome, you're paying attention. I love it. We are undergoing major, major challenges in the Department of War right now. Why? Because first, we're out there being the Department of War. We're not acting like we're not sitting on our hands waiting for the war to come to us. We're making sure the world knows what we mean, and we mean business. We are no longer the country of, oh, I might, or I should. It's no, don't do bad things to my people, full stop. And if you do, you will pay a price, full stop. Now, General Stanton and his crowd won't take the credit they deserve. But does anybody know of an operation called Midnight Hammer? Raise your hand. Wow. Anybody remember us blowing up Iran's nuclear facility? Raise your hand. Welcome to Operation Midnight Hammer. Do you know how that happened? General Stanton. General Stanton, DISA, General Stanton, DISA. Do you know what did not happen? Those pilots that flew for 36 hours never lost communication. Well, except when they went over the Antarctic, and we can't talk about that. That's where the aliens are. Seriously. I don't know about y'all, but that's how I think. That, or what is the Mariana Trench? Like, they're either in Antarctica or Mariana Trench. Two places we're not allowed to go. They say it's too deep and it's too cold. I question that, but, you know, I don't know anything for sure. But because of the resiliency built into our DISN, our core, hi, Roger Greenwell, that didn't happen. Those men and women, and I know people like to gig the sec war because he said my boys, but you know what? I consider myself one of the guys. Didn't lose communication for a second. Stealth, no one was expecting it. I happened to be at the Biltmore that weekend. I knew right before I left that there might be a callback, and you know what? It went off flawlessly. Not a human life was lost. But yet we were able to render quite potentially the world's worst offender in nuclear weapons, inert with 12 bombs. I don't know about you, but we deserve a freaking round of applause. We're taking the cartels on. They're terrorists. They want to kill Americans. They love fentanyl. I love what we're doing. Israel and Iran, making peace. We'll see about Ukraine and Russia. But we're doing this all at a pace because the world cannot work at the pace of bureaucracy. It does not work at the pace of bureaucracy. Thank gosh, we're in a department now that moves at the speed of relevance. Because you know what, the warfighter, they don't have that option. They're there. And thank you to everyone in this audience who served or in uniform. We owe, so off to serve we go. So Paul and I have been working, poor Roger Greenwell, I spend more time, well, actually Roger spends more time with Dave McHugh, the CISO, trying to keep up with what Paul and Katie ask for. Because we ask a lot. Mission Network as a Service. Has anybody heard of it? Raise your hand. I stole that phrase from a conference in NATO. I take, I'm one of those truth to fiction people. I never pretend like I know more or I do more than I do. I was at NATO, and when you go and you're the representative at NATO, you are representing, what is it, like 23 countries follow our lead? 32. Thanks, Paul. The number's reversed. So, I'm there representing the United States. And when I make a vote, I vote for 23 other countries. And we were talking, and General Stanton brought up Admiral Paparo, to which I think is one of my favorite combatant commanders of all time, because he doesn't let complacency be the word of the day. He has been on General Stanton and I to figure something out. And in fact, I will say, Paul, one of the things I take is Admiral Paparo calling you and I out in that email as visionary leaders. Because everyone in the department is like, no, you cannot make one network work for everybody. With Paul Stanton's brain, tenacity, and drive, and the technical aptitude that he has brought to this organization, along with the employees of DISA, we are making it happen. We are doing in less than 1 year what it has taken over 15 years in the building to create. One secret fabric in Indo-PACOM and collapsing all the disparate extra ones there. Why? So when General Paparo needs to say strike, he doesn't need to pick up and make 17 phone calls or log into 17 email sites to say strike. You don't get there in the time frame. We're going for our live fire in what, the end of February? Yeah. That doesn't happen overnight. Between Paul and I, we figured out how to grab a hold of Navy funds and ride the multi-partner environment and change a culture. Because it demands it. Yes, we're doing CMMC. That, anybody in the room that didn't believe it was going to happen, ha ha, joke's on you. I don't give up. People that think SWIFT wouldn't happen, ha ha, joke's on you. If it wasn't for the furlough, that would have gone live in beginning of November, so look in early January. Software fast track, so you can ingest software and we can get it approved in days, not months and years. Making sure that we have a baseline called EMAS that can make sure that if an ATO is granted, then an ATO is reciprocated. We have the software assurance playbook. If anybody doesn't know about that one, it's when software has vulnerabilities, we work through them to remediate them. Blowing up the RMF, we're already starting to do it using continuous monitoring, the 10 tenets of what it needs to be. And we've done that I came in March. It's December. So anybody here that doesn't think change can happen, it can and will, but only if you have the desire to make it so. My mother, God rest her soul, and my father, God rest his soul. In case you can't tell, if psychological analysis, I'm the middle child. I strive for attention. Mom and Dad loved me, but apparently not enough. But we had 3 girls, all right, Connie, Debbie, and Katie. The IEs were a thing for my mother. The Kardashians have a K. Mine were the IEs. I don't understand it. But Mom would come to us girls, and I think it really did impact me more than I realized. She said, if you come to me with a problem without a solution, you're whining, and I don't tolerate whiners. And anybody in my office that comes to me with a problem without a solution, you're a whiner and you're automatically 86th. Because the most brilliant minds in the world are in this room and working at the Department of War. There isn't anything we can't fix, right? And my husband has this analogy, time and or money can fix anything. And the longer I live, and by the way, I turned 55, don't I look fantastic on Saturday? Yeah, I do, thank you. My plastic surgeon appreciates all the Botox. I had my 4 grandkids with me all weekend long. My husband thought it would be the best birthday present to let me spend a weekend with 4 kids, 2 8-year-old boys, 2 7-year-old girls. Yeah, and I'm the grandma who does it all. Like Friday night did the Christmas festival, Saturday went to the Gaylord. Don't do that, oh my gosh, 6,000 people and children. It's worse than Disneyland on crack on a hot day. Then we went to the Polar Express. I'm driving through parts of Baltimore, and my grandkids are like, this is pretty sketchy, honey. I'm like, yeah, it is, bro. And then did the Nutcracker yesterday afternoon. So when there's a will, there's a way. At 55 years old, somehow I managed to get up, make breakfast for these crazy fools, keep them fed, no one died, no one got injured, and they all had a wonderful time. And we did Sunday. We went to church. Where there is a will, there is a way. And nothing should impede you from that. Because you live in the United States of America. You are blessed to work in the United States of America. And if you don't realize that, Canada's always open. And find your happy little selves to go on up there. But if you don't take what and what General Stanton said about decision space, and I was talking to a bunch of kids, they were looking to join the Department of War from one of the colleges. And I said, one of the greatest things you might do, you'll never know. Anybody here ever see The Dynamite House, that movie? Okay, it's on Netflix. If you haven't seen it, watch it. It's kind of sort of true, but kind of not true. But there's a thing where this sergeant is looking. She's like, did I do everything right? Did I do everything right? I'm going to give you, sorry if you didn't watch it, plot flaw. We don't intercept the nuke. And the sergeant I related to, because, and the lieutenant, did we do everything right? Did we do everything right? If you, in your job, can give 8 seconds more of decision space, 8 seconds, you may not realize it, but that 8 seconds is going to save a life somewhere along the line. And if you don't do your utmost best every day to give 8 seconds, and know that you are part of it. I love when people say, oh, I work at so-and-so, and I worked at Booz Allen, there's the chip, still in my head. I didn't make a difference. The hell I didn't. I won more contracts for Booz Allen in the 90s than I even cared to discuss. And then I went on to another company, a small business, and won more contracting. I know how to write a good proposal. Why? Because I'm passionate about what I do. I get up every morning and I thank God, yes, I thank God, that I'm in a place where I can do something awesome. And that I might not feel my ripple, and you may not feel your ripple, right? That's the hard part about what we do. Most of us in this room probably love to landscape and garden. Why? Because we see immediate satisfaction. 95% of what we do in our jobs, you don't get to see immediate satisfaction. We take months, if not years, to award contracts. And once we get started, just the inertia of the building, it's so massive, we don't get to see how great we are. But when examples like Operation Midnight Hammer are put in front of you, you don't even realize it's you that did that. Take pride in it. You have the greatest defense in the world is right here in the United States of America. Bar none, full stop, end of story. Are we outnumbered? Yes, but we're still the frickin' best. How's that possible? For every one cyber expert we have in the Department of War, China has 1,000. Russia has 500. Iran has 50. North Korea has 200. 1 to well over 1,500, and we are still kicking their asses. Aren't you proud? And you know why we are? It's not because of me, and it is not because of General Stanton, because it's a we thing. It's a us thing. Without you out there in industry doing and helping us in the building, we get nowhere. There's no DIB without DOW. There's no DOW without the DIB. And I commend the DISA leadership that's here today to engage. And what I would say to you guys, engage, engage, engage. And you know what, if we're not picking up our phones or responding, keep brutalizing those people. Why? Because you know what? We work for you. This is the great mystery unsolved, folks. I work at the pleasure of the President of the United States. I'm a political appointee this time around. In Trump 1, I was not. I was a career civilian. I've been on every single side of this fence. I've been a state legislator, I run for Congress, I worked at large industry, I've worked at small, I've worked in the government, I've owned my own company, I have done the gamut. And I'll tell you what, there's nothing like working with General Stanton and DISA. There's nothing quite like it. Mission Network as a Service, that is such a cultural change. So how many people here have ever tried to log into the GAL and find somebody? All right? This is what I'm talking about. We have come up with something called ICAM, Identity Credential Access Management, federalized ICAM. So, Paul, when was the test you did in Indo-PACOM for the JOSI? July. This young buck gave his team 90 days?
I gave him 60, it took 72.
It took 72. Paul Stanton, I say, and please, I'm not disrespectful of the man's rank, 3-star general. He is the bomb.com. I love him. But he truly is my battle buddy. And when we commiserate and we also celebrate. When he went to Indo-PACOM with his CAT card and was able to bring alive Maven Smart Systems in a different geolocation without any pre-work done, man, we hit the gold spot. And we took that nugget of awesome, and we just said, we can do this. In the next year, ICAM, as we move everyone into zero trust, still a thing, still happening, the ID card will be your key to anything. We don't care about your geographical location or what network you're on. It's the identity credential access management that matters. Your identity from cradle to grave. Imagine if you are active duty, right? You start off active duty and you go to civilian, you still have the same ICAM. Can you imagine that we standardize that? And we are doing it. And not only are we doing it for us, we're doing it for the VA. So when you retire out of the services, your identity stays with you. How novel of an approach. If you move from job to job within the next year, you don't have to go redo all the paperwork. Your identity exists. Your CAT card enables you. Because why? We're labeling and tagging data appropriately. We're putting it into zero trust environments. So basically, the microsegments or the APIs can extract the information that your identity says you can see. How novel. Going to save the department hundreds of billions of dollars over the years. But it wouldn't have happened if you don't have teamwork, great, I would say amazing CSPs who keep pushing us to be more commercial, to get to the bleeding edge. You have a great leader in General Stanton, but it was the team that did it. We have Roger Greenwell as the CIO of DISA. We have Dave McEwen as the DoD CISO, Chief Information Security Officer. She's Louise. You have Jackie Snoffer, who I attended her retirement last week. She all of us working together with industry made it happen in 72 days. We could do anything. There's just got to be a will. And we're trying to get our arms around the acquisition strategy stuff. It's really hard. You know, I'll go on the record and say, I keep telling everybody the easiest way to make all of the acquisition problems go away is get rid of the Paperwork Reduction Act. And you don't have a problem then. That thing causes more problems than it ever thought. I mean, really. If you do anything to affect more than 10 contractors, it's got to go through a rule process. And the rule process is what I didn't want the CMMC to go through. If you remember Katie Arrington 2019, I thought it belonged in sections L and M so we could tailor it to contracts and the program specific, not general. But I got pressured because I said it would affect more than 10. Well, then all of a sudden we have to make it a rule. And not that we just have to make one rule. We had to change the 32 CFR. We had to change the DFARS and then the 48 CFR. I mean, hence I'd known, I probably just would have, opened a Schlitz and called it a day. Stacy Bozjenik and Buddy Dees and the PMO, if it wasn't for them, I don't know where we would be. Because I was put on a timeout by another administration. We have all of the opportunity in front of us to do great things. And the only thing that can stop us is ourselves. We need industry. We need you. We need more.